Hi everyone, I'm Dude, and today you're going to be playing some more World of Warcraft. So it's been quite a while since I played Warcraft on stream. Had various things that we've been doing, such as Diablo 4 and some real life things. So where we got up to last time we played was we progressed through part of the 10.1 campaign in the Zaralek Cavern, and we got up to chapter 4 out of 7. So to continue that, we've got a quest just here in Veiled Dragon. We've also got another couple of things to do tonight. There's 2 other story quests here as well that we can see, the Keeper of the Ossuary and Cause Without a Rebel. There's also a silver medal quest just over somewhere else. Can't remember exactly where. But yeah, a whole bunch of stuff to do tonight. So to start off, we'll get straight into the main story quest and we'll have a chat to our buddy Abyssian here.
These are trying times.
I understand Alexstrasza's concerns. Shadowflame is a vile force that poses an indescribable threat to anyone who comes close to it, as we have personally witnessed. Unfortunately, Aberrus may contain even more threats. We need to continue to push forward. Before I left Zaralek Cavern, I made contact with soldiers stationed by Neltharion at the Obsidian Rest. Luckily for us, they remain loyal to the Black Dragonflight. Let us meet there.
We must rise above our own. Come, everyone. There is no time to waste.
Easy, civilian. You may heal quickly, but the injury you sustained was rather significant.
I will be fine.
Alright, so let's fly down to... Apparently we can ask Kyrigosa for a portal. Let's see if he'll do that for us. There we go.
I cannot promise the accuracy of this teleportation spell, as teleporting to underground locations can be challenging.
Thank you, Kyrigosa. So the last part of the campaign that we did before this seemed to be stuck in the sky. Here we go. Yeah, so the last part of the campaign we did before this. Interesting. Was when Fyrak escaped and Sibelian and Abyssian both got injured.
It is good to see you.
Dready Dude, my thanks again for your timely arrival. Why is Aberrus so important?
Aspects watch over you.
Can't click on that one apparently.
Be careful.
I'm glad you were able to join us, Dready Dude.
The winds guide you.
It is a miracle this outpost survived so long after Neltharion's disappearance. For weeks now, local scouts have reported increased Jaridan activity in the area. They are amassing an army and they are also becoming increasingly aggressive in their efforts to expand their territory. We must take every possible precaution and try to understand our enemy's motivations.
Be careful. Before we enter this conflict, we must gather any information and resources available to us.
Alright, so we are heading up into Obsidian Rest here and having a look at our resources. So we've got a Flight Master's report here.
Ours is a solemn burden.
We need any help we can get to stop the Jaredin.
You're in luck. I recently came into possession of many incendiary devices. I'll send them along.
That sounds useful.
Our elder was taken from us by the dragons long ago. Imprisoned in Aberrus, they await. But the Jaredin have not forgotten, and we will soon breach that prison and free them.
Sounds like they're planning to storm Aberrus.
What did you find, champion? There is honor in service. We must rise above our
These are trying times for all of us.
we can soar.
We must discuss what you have learned, Dready Dude.
The winds guide you.
Our situation is worse than we thought. Their dominance of the air keeps us at a disadvantage. They plan on freeing their powerful elder from Aberrus. Allowing them to accomplish this could result in us permanently forfeiting control of this area. Seek out Field Commander Ignax in the battlefield ruins and see what can be done to turn the tide of this battle. We will join you shortly.
Take these bombs to the field, Commander. I am certain he will know what to do with them.
We're counting on you, friend.
I am glad you are here.
Let's see if we can click this now. Why is Aberrus so important? Nope, we don't know why Aberrus is important. Why are the Jaredin here? Local scouts have observed increased Jaredin activity in the area in recent days. Given your discovery, it would seem their plan is to break into Aberrus and rescue some entity they refer to as the Elder. Could it be their old leader or some other equally important figure? Yeah, I can't seem to click on quest things today.
Above our own conflict before we can soar. The winds
I'll just do a quick reload, see if that fixes it.
It is good to see you. Be careful.
No, so I can click on that one, but I can't click anything else apparently.
Watch over you.
Here we are again in a very unusual environment, Dready Dude, but I have a strong feeling that everything will change once we uncover the secrets of Neltharion's legacy. Tell me about Aberrus. A mysterious and foreboding place, hidden away from the rest of the world, and for good reason. The very walls of the laboratories seem to whisper with the echoes of dark magic and forbidden knowledge. It is a place of both danger and fascination, one we must explore if we hope to confront our father's legacy head-on. What about Civilian? Our heir apparent? His wounds seem to heal very quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if he was back to full strength already. Sadly, he's still convinced the leadership of the Black Dragonflight is his right. He is the very personification of the old days, a remnant of the past, if you will. And that is why I cannot let him have it. We need to step away from the old ways. I must take the flight forward.
Every action has consequences.
Alright, so we are headed down this way to find the battlefield commander.
Put your weapons down. This one's friendly.
It is good to see an ally out here in the field. We could use one right now. We have been fighting relentlessly against the Jarradin for what feels like an eternity. The battlefield is a ruined wasteland, scarred by the conflict brewing between us. Make no mistake, the Jarradin are experienced dragon killers, but right now their ruthless tactics are overshadowed by the devastating power of their battlefield ballista, capable of taking out any threat from a long distance. I have lost many good soldiers to these potent weapons. It is essential that we destroy the ballista if we hope to level the playing field and take to the skies. It is possible that we may even be able to gain the upper hand in this war. The Firecallers are a formidable force. Their powerful lethal magic allows them to vaporize anything that comes near them. Their strategic positioning on high ledges makes them difficult to reach, but we cannot allow them to continue causing destruction among our forces. The fate of our forces depends on your success. Good luck. Dreddy Dude, we need intel and we need it now. Somewhere within one of the Jarradin's encampments you will find their field general. He is a seasoned and formidable opponent, responsible for many attacks on our forces. According to our field agents, he may possess crucial military orders outlining their next offense and the locations of their new supply lines. It is imperative that we obtain these orders. We cannot allow the Jarradin to gain the upper hand.
Glory to the Black Dragonflight.
Alright, so we are killing the Flame Tongues, destroying Ballista, and slaying the War Chief and obtaining the plans. So let's head straight to the back and go for the War Chief. Should be able to take out both of these ones here. That puddle was pulling me back into it. Right, that's the general slain. And the battle plans obtained. So now we are searching for the Ballista and these Flame Tongues. So those things just constantly pull you in towards them, it seems. Here's one of the Flame Tongues. See if we can pull these couple as well. So those Infernos seem to be evading. Alright, let's just blow the cannon and get out of here. We can't mount up at the moment, I don't think. We'll see if we can get out of range of them. There we go. One more to go. Forgot I had all that stuff on the side of my screen there. Just gonna turn some of that off.
Destroyed! Soldiers, send for the Dragon Lords. Our victory is near.
I think that's, yeah, that's all of it. It's a bit better. Alright, so we need to find 2 more flame tongues. There's 2 here. Alright, that is done. We can see the smoke from up here. Good job. Another advantage taken from the enemy. Details the discovery of sliverdrakes and the planned assault on their nesting grounds. Report. This is not what I expected, soldier. According to this report, the Jaredin discovered a new dragon-like species living in the caves to the east. They also marked it as one of their assault points. Few of my soldiers have experience fighting alongside dragons. What a glorious day. Their presence gives us confidence, Druid. Now we must put an end to the Jaredin's advance once and for all.
Today we remind our enemies that these lands are under our protection.
It is time we take back what is ours.
Alright, so flying with Abyssian.
Let us work together.
Let's fly.
Our legacy will be renewed. Everyone, get ready. It is our flight's duty to stop the Jaredin army.
Alright, so we've got a smaller attack and then we have a large attack.
Commander, our scouts have found dragon nests to the east.
I do not like this. Neither do I. The field commander can maintain control on the battlefield while we investigate. What happened here?
So there's a lot of dead poachers and Jaredin. We have some sliverdrakes here.
There is honor in service.
There is much we do not know about Zaralak, Kevin.
We must rise above our
This must be the nesting area mentioned in the stolen report. But why are the Jaredin here dead? Are we too late?
The winds guide you. Be careful.
We can only assume that something ambushed the marching Jaredin. Who could have done this? We should investigate it before we proceed.
Easy, little one. We won't hurt you.
This one still carries Father's banner. It would seem they remain loyal to Neltharion. Could they be coming from Aberys?
Extraordinary creatures. This area must be their nesting grounds.
Killed by Draconid weapons. These are trying times.
So the Jarradin was stopped here by an unknown dragonkin force. Judging by how many lie dead, these dragonkin are as brutal as the Jarradin. What worries me the most is that they still carry Neltharion's banner, which means they remain loyal to him and whatever task he once gave them. We must be careful, this has just got more complicated.
We must rise above our own conflict before we can.
Cages, chains, and transportation carts. I think we all know where this leads. If the Draconids plan on capturing and enslaving the Sliverdrakes, then they are no better than the Jarradin. See what you can do to thwart their plans.
The winds guide you.
Everything here suggests this is a well-coordinated effort. These Sliverdrakes are almost like wild beasts. They will not stand a chance without our aid. Find whoever is leading their operation and put an end to this.
Hurry up and lock their cages. We march for Aberys soon. I will personally make sure these experiments never again escape from the lab.
So he just called these Sliverdrakes experiments. Load that one out of the cage. Blow some of their stuff up. Meant to press my celestial alignment before convoke there, but didn't quite go as planned. So this should finish this off, I think. Yep. So now just need to take out the leader. Looks like they're alone up here anyway. Not anymore.
I am glad you are here. Be careful.
Sliverdrakes are free. Well done, Dready Dude.
The winds guide you.
So the Sliverdrakes were not born here, but inside Aberys. Were they part of his experiments that ultimately led to the creation of the Drakthir? When I think about that, it horrifies me how easy it was for Neltharion to both create and destroy life. Nevertheless, that was a decisive blow to their operation. So we get a Sliver Drake mount here.
Be careful.
These serpent creatures may prove useful, if they can be made to serve the flight.
They are not creatures, Sibelian. They are our kin.
They are my father's failed experiments, nothing more. Fodder for the battlefield.
How we were created does not define us. Or am I just fodder to you as well?
Yes, that is precisely what you are.
You are wrong.
Do you not see that your fates are bound? Deny it as you might, he is your brother, and you are his. Two wings that must learn to fly or fail together before it is too late. These are trying times.
This is a difficult situation, my friend. Wounds and insecurities cannot be easily dismissed. Only time and cooperation can soothe the sting born of long-standing rivalries. But there are more urgent matters to address. If there is a large force of Draconids still loyal to the memory of Neltharion, this land is much more dangerous than any of us expected. Emberthil still pursues Sarkareth alone. She must be made aware of the threats that surround her. We must find her and give her aid.
As I am not angry, champion. If anything, I feel sad. It is heartbreaking to see Rathian and Sibelian fighting like this, unable to put their ambitions and differences aside for even a moment. There is honor in service. We must rise above our own conflict before we can soar. Be careful.
Doesn't seem to be able to talk to him here.
I am glad you are here. Aspects watch over you.
See if another reload fixes it.
It is good to see you. We must rise above our own.
I'd speak to Emberthil, not Abyssian.
and soar.
I just saw E and B and thought it was Abyssian. Alright, never mind then.
There is honor.
So Abyssian says, once again the Slitter Drakes? Not sure if that's supposed to be Slitter or Sliver. Once again the Slitter Drakes suffer because the Black of the Black Dragonflight. It is only fair that we take action to rectify this situation.
The winds guide you.
So it is Sliver Drake. It's just a misspelled one. Got a couple of achievements there. Unlock the Winding Sliver Drake and obtain 500 mounts. That was surprising. We get the Otherworldly Auto Carrier. Thing's pretty cool. Just getting some grats in my guild from about the 500 pounds. Alright, and then we also have the Winding Sliver Drake. Thing looks pretty good. Alright, let's head down and speak to Amberthal.
I do not know what Sarkareth is planning, but it cannot be anything good. Let us begin.
Sarkareth, I've been searching for him ever since we last crossed paths. I suspect he is still unready to see reason this time, but I cannot give up on him yet. There are so few of us left now. I'm ready to face him with you.
Fair skies and strong winds. Stop this, Sarkareth!
I am no coward like you. I will embrace the power available to me.
So it looks like it's a little bit of a gauntlet, I guess. Just waves of ads coming in. I thought I had twin moons in this build, but it doesn't look like I do.
Follow the dark whispers if you must, but do not drag our people down with you. Let them make their own choice.
The sundered flame are mine to use as I please. No matter. You are beneath my attention, Emberthal.
Thank you, Abyssian.
Are you all right?
I want to save my people, but Sarkareth has the protection of Aberrus now. I may be unable to stop him.
Perhaps not. Leave that to me.
Don't even know where Twin Moons is anymore. So I do have that one. So I don't know why it was only hitting one person.
These are trying times.
Anyway. Our flight stands more fractured than ever, but this is not how the story will end.
We must rise above our own.
Sarkareth may try to hide behind the might of Aberrus, but to no avail.
Be careful.
Sarkareth wielding Oathbinder, briefly as it was, has marked him, or he still carries a shred of it. Now the power of Aberrus is on his side. Troubling, most troubling.
The winds guide you.
Our assault on Brimstone Garrison will not work without Sibelian and his relentless and mighty dragons. We must convince him that our objectives are aligned. If we appeal to him as a tactician and general, I'm sure he will help us, I hope. We will find him and his troops at the Jarraden assault.
As I believe in my flight, they will unite for a good cause.
Alright, let's go talk to Sibelian now.
You seem familiar.
In such a dangerous place, I must keep my eyes open and stay focused on what needs to be done. Abyssian would like to speak to you.
Should I expect a lecture?
Far from it. We have all been avoiding Embers, but the time has come. Lend me your strength, Sibelian. Emberthal needs to break through the Brimstone garrison. We can do it if we work together.
Aberus. You believe Emberthal is worth the blood of my dragons?
It is no secret that you seek to unravel the legacy of the Earth Warder hidden within Aberus. If you must break through the defenses surrounding it, why not now, side by side with allies?
Very well. We will be there.
I am glad you are here. The winds guide you.
Perhaps we will be able to fight as one.
We must rise above our own conflict before we can
Our assault will not be successful without the stealth and cunning of Rathian and his Black Talon agents. We must convince him to help us. Thankfully, I know in his heart he will not deny someone in need, especially if they flatter him. Let us go to Rathian at the Obsidian Rest and try to sway him.
As I will see you at the entrance to Brimstone Garrison, Sibelian.
I have been expecting you.
I always keep the best interests of my flight in mind. Abyssian would like to speak to you.
Abyssian, what a joy to see you again so soon.
The time is now, Rathian. Are you prepared for battle?
Color me intrigued. Is this about Aberus?
The forces of Aberus stand against us all. I need your strength to break it. Yours, and that of the Black Talon.
Yes, of course. We must secure Aberus. But I fear what I will see inside.
I cannot do this without your strength, Rathian. We must all stand together if we wish to succeed.
You are right. Annoyingly, you usually are. Rest assured, the Black Talon and my talons will be where you need them.
It is good to see you. Be careful.
I am glad to have him by our side.
The winds guide you.
I am pleased to see us working as one, finally. I hope this is a sign of a united future.
Aspects watch your
Our powers combined. It's a Captain Planet reference. Emberthal is waiting for us in front of the Brimstone Garrison. Come, Dready Dude. She will be pleased to see that we have rallied the full might of the Black Dragonflight to aid her cause.
Be careful. I will see you there, friends.
Sibelian? And Rathian as well?
I suppose Abyssian roped you into this hero's charge as well?
Now that we are all here, we can begin.
This means more to me than I can say. Thank you for coming to my aid.
We have the chance to set wrongs right and help you.
There is honor in service. We must rise above our
Nothing can stop the Black Dragonflight when we stand together.
Be careful. We must rise above our
Since Sarkareth now wields the power of Aberus's defenses, he has an army that will shield him from us. The next step for us will be to establish a stronghold inside the garrison. That way we can search it without interruption. Meet me there.
The winds guide you.
You stand before the right.
Do you know what I see when I gaze upon the Brimstone garrison? Traitors. These soldiers believe themselves followers of the Black Dragonflight, yet they ignore us, the true heirs to Neltharion, and bend a knee to the spectre of our malevolent father. This cannot be allowed to stand. Show them the error of their ways.
My wits are my own.
Speak your mind.
There are several weapons of historical value that I believed were lost to time. I would bet my talons that they are here at this garrison. The Dragonspawn and Draconid loyally cling to the memory of my long-dead father. Misguided fools. They have access to my father's forges and weapons, and it is likely the very weapons I thought lost are stored nearby. If they find out what they have, they will use the weapons against us. They cannot remain in their claws.
Learn from the past. The true Black Dragonflight are the rightful owners of those weapons.
I will find another way to Sarkareth while you push your attack here. We shall meet ahead and face him together. Thank you, champion. I will never forget your kindness in my time of need.
Alright, let's fly to this point over here. Resting Blade. And the Eben Eviscerator.
Do you trust me?
These fools must be parted with such powerful weapons. Ancient, but just as deadly as the day it was forged. They say it longs for a wielder.
The Black Dragonflight will be redeemed.
We make a great team, my friend.
Until next time.
It is good to see you. Aspects watch over you.
Good, now we can safely support Emberthal in her search. I know she will succeed in stopping Sarkareth.
Be careful.
So need to kill off a few more enemies down here. There's a good little chunk.
I've been too long away.
It is a shame that these warriors swear allegiance to the wrong cause. They could have been fine allies, but this misguided allegiance doomed them.
I will claim my rightful place.
I am glad you are here.
These dragon spawn have borne a loyalty to a dead dragon for thousands of years. I admire their tenacity and steadfastness. I only hope that we can convince them that there is another way.
We must rise above our own.
Now that we have a foothold within the garrison, we can extend our search. We will hold off the forces of Avarice here while you find Emberthal and aid her in reaching Sarkareth. We will join you as soon as we secure the frontier.
The winds guide you.
Alright, let's find Emberthal.
There he is, champion. What do you have to report?
There he is. Avarice protects him still as he works on that device. There must be a way for us to strip his defenses.
Serve with honor.
We have seen shields like this before. Sarkareth is drawing on the power of Avarice to protect himself while he finds his way in. Cowardly, but clever. Disrupt the conduits that are supplying his shield power, and we should be able to reach him.
State
More. I must have more power.
I will keep an eye on him while you figure out a way to bring down the shield.
Let's start with this one over here. Alright, that's one destroyed. Apparently I'm in combat. Thought I could get my cast off before that went off.
We must stop him. There is much to be done.
Good, now I have one last chance to reason with him.
We will find our fate.
This is our last chance, Dreddy Dude. If we allow Sarkareth to slip into Avarice, he may gain power that puts him beyond our reach. We must stop him now.
State.
That was unexpected. Drop our trees, make sure our buffs are up. Try not to get hit by those.
Let it go, Sarkareth. There is no victory beyond that threshold. Only ruin.
No. You will not stop me. Avarice is mine. I will heed his call.
Then you have made your choice.
We cannot let that zealot take control of the lab.
What are you looking at me for? Let's go!
You will not pursue him.
I know he will face justice, but he is lost, and I grow weary of fighting my own kin. But you,
Those two must face this without me. I hope, in their pursuit, they will finally see that Neltharion's legacy is death and nothing more.
then let us find the Dragthyr, who have not yet succumbed to that fate.
Lead the way, Emberthal.
What do you have to report?
He does not care for the Dragthyr loyal to him. He only cares for himself. He is lost to us all now.
Fair fair skies and strong winds.
Alright, so that is part 5 and 6 done. So I've got a ad coming up in a few minutes, so actually, so it looks like
Aspects watch over you. I am glad.
so I believe here is where we had the quest to kill Sarkareth, and then it now allows you to skip straight over it. But I think we will go and give Sarkareth a go in Raid Finder, see how that goes. My guild has killed him on normal and we're up to heroic now. So if we don't manage to get him on Raid Finder, I can do it on heroic outside of stream, and we'll go to the next quest at that point.
Be careful.
So what we might do is we'll have a look at this quest here, then I'll queue up for Raid Finder and take a quick break while the ads run, and hopefully we get into Raid Finder shortly after we come back. What have you learned, Ready Dude?
The winds guide you.
I have no interest in following my brothers within Avarice, but I continue to care for their safety. Neltharion fell so deeply into madness that his secret stronghold is no doubt filled with any number of unspeakable dangers. Go with them, Dready Dude. Stand with them. They will need your support in what is to come. Enter Avarice, the Shadow Crucible, and defeat Sarkareth.
Aspects watch over you.
Alright, so let's queue up for the Edge of Void. So that's saying less than 1 minute. But we'll take our break here anyway. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and if we get into Raid Finder before then, we'll just queue up again when we get back. So I will be back soon, and I'll see you all then. I am back, and that was good timing. We just got into the raid group. So hopefully it pops. Priest just grip me back up onto the platform. Should probably switch out of my questing spec. There he is. There's Sarkareth. I'm interested to see which abilities are in Raid Finder that are and which are not. Let's pop on some food. Grab a file as well. I'm sure I trust the healers in LFR, so let's go the Elemental Chaos. We seem to have misplaced a tank. It says their time in queue is 45 minutes. Well, hopefully this doesn't take too long. So while we're waiting, so the basic gist of the Sarkareth fight, it's a 3-phase fight. First phase, you generally split the range group and the melee group out. So the range group will be out at the side here and work their way around the platform. So that as you drop fire on the ground, you move to the side away from it. And the melee is in with the boss, which we generally have in the middle here. And the boss does a flame breath, which targets on the melee, so you get the melee to make sure that's baited away from the range group, so you don't have that blasting towards the ranged. And your whole raid gets this ability called Oppressing Hell. And if you still have that at the end of the phase, when the second Glittering Surge is done, it does a bunch of damage to you, which is not good. So the way you remove that is either getting hit by the breath, which we generally don't do because it's a little more risky because it does 3 attacks. Instead we get hit by the Mass Disintegrate. So on normal he does 3 of those, on heroic he does 4 of those. So we split our raid up into 4 groups. Looks like we have a tank now. So we split our raid up into 4 groups and have a group at a time get hit by that. So these are the bombs that are usually have a different appearance. So here's the Oppressing Hell. So everyone has to get rid of that debuff, either by getting hit by this Mass Disintegrate. So I'm going to go stand in front of this. And that's dropped off my debuff now. And here's the second Disintegrate, so more people should get hit by this one. Don't know why I've changed form again. I'm not sure why. So here's the last disintegrate coming up, and we can see there's still quite a few people with the debuff. So whether they all drop their debuff here or take a bunch of damage. So we stack up for heals here. And here we're phasing and we're going into the Shadow Realm. And then in this Shadow Realm, you can pick up these little white things for debuffs up to 10. And you have to run through the 3 big ones to get back out again. And in this phase he does these Abyssal Breaths which spawn these adds, and we need to make sure the adds don't get any casts off. And these bombs we have to pick up. So you can see those 2 people have the bombs. And they're hopefully going to go into the Shadow Realm before they blow up. So you can see he's standing in that now. He's going to disappear into the Shadow Realm. So here's another breath, more adds. So that's a tank ability that he's supposed to get out of the raid. One of the adds just got their cast off then. Doesn't look like it matters too much in Raid Finder, but it definitely hurts a lot in normal and heroic. So that's the one that the tank takes out. Here's the bombs again. So I'll grab this one here. So we need to make sure we stay in here until our Blombo's up. So we can grab a couple of buffs while we're here. So the boss does that big ability and then spawns these meteors, or asteroids I guess. Then we're going to need to use those asteroids to hide behind later. Alright, so our safe spots are out the back here, because the asteroids are not in very good spots. You can see we just lost a good chunk of the raid there. Gonna res that tank that just died. So typically we put the asteroids right at the front of the room, because that's where the that big ability is going to come from. So if you have it in the direction it's coming from, you have a very large space to hide from. And in normal and heroic there's bombs in this phase as well. So you need to get hit by those swallows to go down into the Shadow Realm with the bomb in this phase. And there's also some other abilities like a big group soak. So you see this is easier to get to than what they were last time. Just gonna heal myself there a bit. Tank has died again. I want to make sure we're not standing in those swirlies unless we want to go down to the Shadow Realm, because they give you a lot of stacks of this Oblivion. And getting to 10 stacks of the Oblivion is how you go into the Shadows. Just about got him here though.
What's your step? I don't have a target.
Let's burn down Sarkareth here.
What is this foul place? It feels as though it is somewhere beyond, teeming with raw, dark energy.
Sarkareth lost himself to his pursuit of power. Now what will happen to my people?
Is this the fate of all who pursue his legacy?
Did I not uphold your legacy? Was it all just an illusion? Empty promises, leading us only to oblivion.
Alright, and that is the end of Sarkareth.
Tell me of Azeroth.
I need some time to think about what I have seen. I want to be transported.
Very well.
That takes you back, not part of the conversation. So we've got a Winglord Desren here as well.
It seems our fates are
It will take time for Sibeli and I to understand the meaning of what we've witnessed here.
Azeroth faces many.
And you are
So usually you'd take this back to the entrance, but because we're in Raid Finder, we can just leave the instance group. Well, that went about as well as you can hope for Raid Finder. Here we go, this is the buff that changed me.
There is honor in service. We must rise above our
I
own
never imagined that Sarkareth would have gone to such lengths to seize power. Thank you, Jade dude.
Be careful.
Sarkareth is no more. His hubris left him vulnerable to the dark influences that have assaulted our flight for millennia, just like Neltharion before him. I believe Amberthal seeks more answers than what Rathian and Sibelian are able to give. She may need some assistance.
We must rise above our own.
Sarkareth.
I am sorry for the friend you lost.
As you said, he chose his path. And yet, though he was deeply misguided, Sarkareth deserves a farewell that befits the Drakthir he once was.
Of course. I will go with you to the place he fell.
There are still dangers remaining in Aberys. We should not let them travel alone.
Agreed. Champion, will you join us? This is a path best walked together.
trust you?
Steel yourself, Dready Dude. Aberrus has darkness within and without.
I am the future of the Black Dragonflight.
My black talons push our advantage, but the conflict rages inside. Prepare yourself.
The Black Dragonflight. I knew of Deathwing's corruption when I was still in the shell, but I had no idea how deeply it ran.
Father pursued his goals with relentless conviction. He was never fond of half measures.
A trait you admired?
In some ways, yes. But now, seeing what it can lead to, I am...
Sirs,
Your report?
loyalists remain in the experiments wing, and the laboratories are still infested with warped beasts.
And the other wing?
We're holding against the Jarradin, but it is still heavily contested.
Thank you, Kavya.
Come now, speak.
You stand before the Black Prince.
Can you tell me what happened in there?
I was...
So that's the cinematic we just watched.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Here we are, Dready Dude. I admit that the Black Dragonflight's legacy is rife with moments that many would deem disreputable, vicious, or even vile. So understand the weight of my words when I say that the contents of this edifice may be the worst of it.
Never let your guard down.
My friend, you know me better than anyone. You were there when I came into being. My birth was anything but natural. I was crafted, much as the creatures in here were crafted. Many died painful, tragic deaths, so that I could live. This callousness towards the living is something I wish to eradicate. Take this, and use it to destroy any intact specimen tanks we encounter. Nothing deserves to suffer like this.
Learn from the past. Look to the future.
These sycophants shame themselves and the Black Dragonflight. It is clear that they are willing to die in service of my father's dark machinations. Let us not disappoint them.
We are not bound by the shadows of our past.
Alright, so we are killing loyalists.
That ends today. This is the final culling.
Was it like this when you hatched? Were the others truly so far gone?
Worse. They weren't haunted echoes he'd left behind. They were devoted followers of the bleak future he'd led them to.
So we have a quest here.
Is this?
Trained Jarradin. The Jarradin's body is gaunt and wasted, its life energy siphoned away by the hungry machines that power this dark laboratory. Perhaps there are other Jarradin imprisoned here that can be spared from this horror.
The Jarradin are ruthless adversaries of our flight, but to be imprisoned and have their life siphoned away, it is too cruel a fate, even for our enemies.
How long have they been here?
Long enough.
So we've got a cage or tank or something up there. See if we can pull both of these at the same time.
Pitiful creatures. Did Father truly hold so little regard for life?
He cared only about forging a future in which the Black Dragonflight would be dominant.
As I have done.
You are not him, civilian. You wish to see our kind thrive, not dominate. It is an admirable pursuit.
Thank you, Rathian. But I must do better.
Alright, so that's all the loyalists we need to kill. Just freeing more Jaredin and finding where these specimen tanks are.
You stand before the rightful heir.
Rathian's Black Talon may not be frontline fighters, but they should be able to take care of the rest.
Mistakes were made. I am here to correct them.
They do die in battle, but it's not a very long battle. Got some beastlings here. Didn't realise that had a 6-second cooldown on it. So that's 4 of 7 tanks destroyed. Got another Jaredin cage over here.
And you are?
May they find the honor in death that was denied them in life.
I am the future of the Black Dragonflight.
Alright, let's find these last couple of cages. tanks rather. Alright, 1 to go. Don't know if I was burning or something which took that out. Civilian seems to be on fire. See, I just got knocked out of combat there. Or out of stealth rather. And again, might be an ability that the ads down there are doing or something. So I'm still in combat at the moment. Let's just take this group here out. I was about to push my Starfall, but I feel that may pull everything around us. Still seem to be in combat. Oh, feared. Alright, let's go back into... See, that just broke me out again. Let's go back over here.
We meet again, champion.
Finally, the suffering of these abominations has come to an end.
Disgusting creatures. Unnatural aberrations.
They had no choice or agency in their creation. Neither did I.
Rathian, I did not mean...
Do I disgust you as well?
We have not known each other long, but I can see that you are every bit the dragon I am. If I have ever made you feel otherwise, I am truly sorry.
Well, thank you, civilian.
My Black Talon forces continue to secure the laboratory, but I think we are done here, Dready Dude. We have secured some sliver drakes to take us down to the central platform. From there we can continue below to where Sarkareth fell. I am certain Abyssian and Amberthal will benefit from our presence.
There are some serpent drakes stationed at the top of the experiment swing for us, champion. They should see us safely to the lower platform.
Not quite sure how to get to wherever they are. I think we've gone the wrong way here. Right, back we go. Hopefully we don't end up in combat again. It's strange that there's no music in here at the moment. Alright, here's the sliver drakes. this is where we came in on Raid Finder.
I confess, this is the last place I wanted to revisit.
I could say the same for this entire facility.
Well then, let us get this over with.
These are trying times.
Good, you have made it. I could use your help, Tradie Dude.
The winds guide you.
Emberthel is in mourning. In truth, she has been grieving for Sarkareth for some time now. The way forward is for her to determine. We can only be there to support her along the way. There are shards of Sarkareth's signet scattered all across this room. Would you gather them? I believe she would appreciate the gesture.
Aspects watch over you.
May his name be ever remembered.
After what he has done, why treat him with such respect?
He was Drakthir, and his memory will be a lesson. Instead of helping our people heal, he led many to despair and ruin, chasing the illusion of Neltharion's power.
If only Sarkareth had taken Deathwing's tragedy to heart, and understood that his legacy was poisoned long ago.
It is time for the Drakthir to make our own path.
Where do you hope it will lead?
Far from the shadows of the past that have haunted us, and free to build a legacy of our own. To a future you inspired me to believe in, Abyssian.
Even the most painful moments have something to teach us.
Neltharion was my teacher, my father, and my commander. I aspired to lead the flight as he would have, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to acknowledge the true malignancy of his vision.
I never knew Neltharion. Only Deathwing, invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
I thought my destiny was to guide our flight to its future. And I shall, but simply as myself, not as an aspect.
Nor shall I seek that mantle.
It would seem your days of hiding are over for good.
I am humbled. May your trust and faith in me guide my every step. For today, we emerge from all the shadows that sought to sow doubt and shame within us. The Black Dragonflight's legacy is ours to create.
So Abyssian is going to be the aspect.
I am glad you are here.
Grief is a painful burden to bear. It warms my heart to see Emberthel emerge from her sorrow and focus on her people. pain of her loss will ebb in due time. We need to inform Alexstrasza and the others of what has transpired here, and of the future of the Black Dragonflight. With all you have done to ensure that we have a chance at a future, I would like you to be there.
The winds guide you. There is honor in service.
I've been too long away.
The Black Dragonflight.
Alright, let's take our portal out of here. There you are. We did not wish to begin without you, Jade dude.
These are trying times.
Are you ready to begin, Jade dude? Yes, thank you for waiting.
We must rise above our own conflict before we can...
Welcome home, my friends. What news from Aberys?
Neltharion's abominations have been eradicated. Sadly, not before Sarkareth succumbed to corruption and had to be struck down.
A heavy price to pay, but a reminder of the cost of seeking power.
That is a lesson each of us has had to learn.
Indeed, my brother. And by confronting the darkness of our flight's past, we have found its future.
As I had hoped you would. Tell me.
We believe Abyssian is the right choice to lead us.
His wisdom and compassion will pave a new path forward for us all.
I agree. And do you accept this charge, Abyssian?
I am honored to do so, but I will require my general and my diplomat at my side.
Then let it be so. Come, take your place among our council, Earthwarder. Citizens of Valdrakken, hear me. From this day forth, Abyssian shall serve his people as Earthwarder and aspect of the Black Dragonflight.
It's cool to hear Alexstrasza call him the Earthwarder.
It is good to see you.
A new path, but one I accept gladly.
Be careful.
Alright, so Sibelian and Raffian hanging out back here. And we've got Abyssian now standing next to Nosdormu, Kyrigosa, Marifra, who is now the Green Dragon aspect, and of course Alexstrasza. Cool. So that is... Apparently we haven't quite finished this yet. Continue by accepting the quest Symbol of Hope in Valdrakken. So that's this one here with Alexstrasza. Champion. Abyssian, Sibelian and Raffian have come to an agreement of who should lead, and are presenting a unified front. All three were quite eager to speak of your contributions and aid in Zaralek Cavern as well. It seems that they are also in agreement that they could not have succeeded without you. High praise indeed, and well deserved. Please, stay up for a little longer. The other aspects and I have matters to discuss, and I believe you should be here as well. Would you like to see what your hard work has wrought, Dreddy Dude?
Through great heroism and resilience, the threat of Aberys has been quelled. The Incarnates sought to use our fallen brother's memory as a weapon to divide us, turn us against each other, and weaken our resolve. They failed. Confronting these shadows has only made us stronger. Look upon us now. For the first time in an age, 5 aspects will take up our ancient charge once more and stand beside the mortal champions who have aided us at every turn. For soon, Azeroth will welcome from the dream, a symbol of hope, and together we shall protect it.
We still have much to do, but the sight of 5 united aspects fills my heart with hope and with joy. Thank you. Your part in this will never be forgotten. There we go. Complete the following quest lines leading up to and inside Surigosa. Awesome. So that is all of our Dragonflight chapters done. Alright, so I think we will take another short break here, and then we will come back and work on the next couple of quests we have here. So the next one is going to be Keeper of the Ossuary, which is at Kyrigosa over here. Let's just clear out our bags as well. Quite a bit of rep there as well. So we've got a customization for the Sliver Drake. We have Black Flight's vestments. Then we have a couple of rep tokens which we'll hang on to for another time. Alright, so I'm going to take another 5-minute break, and when we come back we'll get started on the Kyrigosa questline here. So I shall be back soon. Okay, we are back. So let's get started with the Keeper of the Ossuary. Greetings, Dready Dude. While I continue to search for the remaining blue dragons, I could use your aid in another matter. Alexstrasza and I plan on laying to rest the remaining essences of Lanigosa and Surigosa. She has held on to their lingering essences after both were slain years ago. Surigosa said there was a time where dragons would be laid to rest in the Veiled Ossuary. Unfortunately, the place is a mess. He's gone ahead to clean the area up with Tarecgosa. Could you aid them?
Surigosa should be within the Veiled Ossuary now. Alexstrasza and I will be joining you shortly. Lanigosa and Surigosa both suffered violent deaths in their lifetime. The least we can do is put their remaining essences to rest.
Alright, so where is that taking us? So that's up to the north here. Not sure if it's this island just here, or if it's further out. I think it is this one. Yeah, it looks like we're headed just down here.
Grandfather, surely you could rest and leave the cleaning of this place to someone else.
Allow an old dragon a bit of nostalgia. I used to be the keeper of this place when I was younger than you. I believe we can help each other.
I appreciate your patience. Dreddy dude. I'm sure we'll get this place cleaned up in no time. I'm here to help you, Xenagos. Can you tell me more of this place? Veiled Ossuary is where we used to bury our dead. Us dragons live quite a long time, but old age does eventually take us all, though the aspects play by different rules. I imagine Kyrigosa told you he plans to put to rest the last essences of Surigosa and Malygos. Well, we can't do that if the Veiled Ossuary is a mess now, can we? I'm ready to begin helping you clean the Veiled Ossuary.
May the wisdom of the Titans guide you. I am the oldest
Shall we begin?
of my kind.
The Veiled Ossuary, I was given the task to be sort of a gravekeeper, which included keeping wildlife away from the area. I had a rather fun spell split up within several tomes kept within this place to deal with such pests. The other blue dragons did not approve of my reckless methods, so I had to keep the tomes hidden. Here, allow me to cast a spell on you to grant you the sight to find these old tomes. Once they are all gathered, we can cleanse this place of the intrusive wildlife.
I believe it is time for a nap.
Ready to receive the spell to find your arcane tomes.
Just give me one moment. The spell seems to have fizzled out. But I won't make you wait on this old dragon. Scalecommander, could you aid our friend?
Of course, Grandfather. I remember it well. Whenever you're ready, friend. It is good to see you.
It's fascinating to be standing in this place. I've heard so many stories about this area from Grandfather.
I hope to see you again soon. There you go. The trail should be quite easy to follow now. I'll help Grandfather get to the next location.
Thank you, my dear. Champion, we'll be able to see what you see with this spell. Quite handy for extra commentary. I believe I may have put too much power into that spell to save young Kyrigosa from Razageth. It's taking quite some time to recover.
There is a lot of spirits around here.
These ancient halls. In the old times, blue dragons would claim a small location in the ossuary, where they wished to have their remains sent. We used Dragonflight in Northrend as a final resting place, when it was impossible to return to the Isles. Those who could make it back here after Neltharion nearly wiped us out passed within these halls. I was ordered to leave their remains undisturbed. I was the last remaining gravekeeper after that, given the task to update all the graves before we departed. I was younger, more rebellious then.
They gave me the Gravekeeper role as a way to teach me responsibility. It wasn't until the War of the Ancients that I took it seriously.
Come closer, little
Did you
one.
find my old
My
tomes?
eyes are not what they used to be.
This tome describes the fanciful ways to combine spheres and arcane magic. This tome describes how to manipulate an object to roll at a high speed regardless of physical limitations. This tome describes how to force various creatures to stick to parts of conjured arcane shapes. I feel I see where this is going.
Will rise again.
Here they are. I am glad some things have survived all of this time.
Do what you must.
I remember having so much fun rolling these creatures up with my spells. Unfortunately, I fear these old bones will not let me move as quick as I once did. I would love for you to give it a shot. Let me live vicariously through you. The more creatures you roll up, the bigger the ball becomes. The bigger the ball, the bigger the creature you can roll out. Speak to me, and I shall give you my special arcane ball to roll up the creatures around here.
There is great power within you.
I have so many memories of this place, though I fear I've forgotten far more than I remember. I'm ready to use the arcane ball to clean up the Veiled Ossuary. Alright, so I need to get all the small ones before I can do the bigger ones. Must have to fill a full bar with each type. See if we can do this yet. Nope.
You're getting the hang of it now. I spent so much time rolling up creatures in my youth.
Grandfather, this seems highly inefficient. Don't you have spells to clear the creatures out instantly?
Oh, my dear Tarecgosa. When you live as long as we do, you must sometimes favor enjoying life over being efficient.
I admit the charm is growing on me a bit.
Trying to get through the middle here. There we go. Definitely one way to do it. Like they're just rolling around. Don't know whether there's any left to roll up. Must be some more up top.
Very good. Bring the ball closer to the top tomb entrance and launch it into the sky.
See ya. That would be a interesting thing to come down on top of you. It's minding your own business.
If the blue dragons frowned upon your ball escapades, why were you allowed to continue doing it.
Malagos was quite amused by it. He even joined me a few times when time allowed it. And when he was a much more light-hearted aspect.
The Blue Dragonflight is but a
Fine work.
shadow
To be young again.
glory. I believe it is time for
We will be joined shortly by Kyrigosa and Alexstrasza. Before then, I have a request. There is a tradition to have gravestones set before your death. It allowed you to choose where you would rest when you passed. It was the job of the caretakers to update the gravestones and deposit the lingering essence of Arcana at the site. Before our guests join us, would you help me in this task? Take this list and these graves, update the existing graves and place the new ones.
Grandfather, why are you still tasked with updating these graves? Surely it should go to younger drakes.
Young Kyrigosa was insistent I rest. But I have been waiting for a very long time to return here and clean this place. These graves deserve to be updated. It is not good for the dead to be left without rest.
Malagos, alive, aspect of magic. Surigosa, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Umbra Skull, alive, arcane student. Eldrigosa, alive, arcane teacher. Malagos, slain by adventurers. Umbracell, unknown. Eldrigosa, unknown. Surigosa, slain by an unknown adventurer. Arygos, slain by the infinite dragonflight. Balakgos, slain by own creation. Tarecgosa, deceased, self-sacrifice. Caldrigos, deceased, slain by dwarves. Madrigosa, deceased, slain by Brutalis. Grivigos, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Surigosa, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Hexagosa, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Melagos, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Veiled, alive, whelpling. Mirigosa, alive, whelpling. Slepagos, alive, whelpling. Arcanagos, alive, whelpling. Sapphiron, alive, whelpling. Definitely know that name. Deceased unknown, deceased slain by kin, deceased slain by kin, deceased slain by Medivh, deceased slain by the Lich King. Upligosa, deceased Crystalsong forest disaster. Yggdragosa, deceased Crystalsong forest disaster. Bricklagos, deceased magical accident. Wolfagosa, deceased, slain by Black Dragonflight. Quellagosa, deceased, pierced dimensional boundary. Omagos, deceased, magical accident. Egragos, deceased, magical accident. Ashigos, deceased, slain by Black Dragonflight. Shiligos, deceased, magical accident. Vetragosa, deceased, slain by Black Dragonflight. Farkagos, deceased, magical accident. Pilkigosa, deceased, Nexus Wars. Filigosa, deceased, unknown disease. Relixagos, deceased, burning legion. Senegos, alive, gravekeeper. Wenigosa, alive, arcane weaver. Kyrigosa, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Delagosa, deceased, Neltharion's betrayal. Sarkareth, deceased Neltharion's betrayal. Embers, deceased Neltharion's betrayal. Scalecommander, alive, Cobalt Assembly Surveyor. Lanigosa, deceased unknown disease. Scalecommander, deceased, slain by Night Fallen.
I believe we can help each other.
It's been so long since I've seen these halls. I saw your name on one of the gravestones. Most of the blue dragons on there had passed. Who were they? Those were my family and friends. Many were lost to Neltharion's betrayal. Some, sadly, were lost afterwards. There was a time where I thought about their faces every day. I must admit, in my old age, I have forgotten what many of them even look like. Do not linger on that sad thought. There will come a time where I shall see them once again.
There is great power within you.
Can you tell me more about Malygos? Of course, the Malygos that you may have heard was the former aspect of the Blue Dragons. His mind was broken when the majority of our flight was slaughtered by Neltharion 10,000 years ago. Not so long ago, Malygos came to his senses and promptly sought to destroy all mages within Azeroth, believing they had no right to wield arcane power. Unwilling to change his mind, he was killed. Sometime later, young Kyrigosa was chosen to replace Malygos as the aspect. But before the madness, before Neltharion, he was jovial, kind. Malygos and Surigosa had many large gatherings within the Azure span. I miss those days of levity when laughter echoed in the mountains of the Azure archives.
The Dragonflights will rise again.
Thank you, Jade Dude. I believe we are prepared for our guests to arrive.
Do what you must to save the world, hero.
The preparations are now complete. Kyrigosa and Alexstrasza should be here soon with the remaining essences of Surigosa and Malygos. Both suffered such violent ends, I heard even with his last breath, Malygos cursed Alexstrasza. And Surigosa, she was slain 10,000 years ago by Nelthar, by Deathwing. Yet she was reanimated by the Lich King and slain by adventurers. I can only imagine the state this essence is in. Forgive my ramblings, Kyrigosa and Alexstrasza should be here shortly. I may have been there for both of those deaths.
I believe it is time for a nap. The
Here they are now. Greetings, Kyrigosa. And to you, Lifebinder.
Ah, Senegos. I saw the remnants of your arcane ball. I am heartened to see you have not forgotten your old ways. Kyrigosa, you may do the honors to lay the essences of Malygos and Surigosa to rest.
Thank you. Surigosa, Malygos, I am sorry it took us so long to give you this peace. May you have the rest now you were robbed of in life. How can I help?
Thank you for aiding Senegos, Dready Dude. It's time to return to the archives.
Watch yourselves. The essences seem to be emitting some strange arcane energy.
It was not uncommon for powerful blue dragons to have their memories reanimate in this way, once they were put to rest. Tarecgosa and I can investigate this. I believe you have more of our kind to locate, correct?
I am the oldest of my kind.
I admit I forgot about this phenomenon. Blue dragons who meet violent ends occasionally have some lingering arcane energy. That energy may manifest in various ways once their essences are laid to rest. Luckily, it is a simple enough process to dispel them. Simply wave anything through the energy and it would dissipate. I shall investigate the essences of Surigosa and Malygos within this gravestone while you handle that.
There, how strange. Are these remnants from Malygos and Surigosa's past?
It would seem so. It appears they were unable to truly depart from this world when they were slain.
I saw many strange phenomena such as this when I laid to rest the blue dragons that made it back here from Neltharion's betrayal.
It was a tragedy that so many were killed, including Surigosa. Even then, the Lich King allowed her no rest. It pained me to see her raised into undeath.
I could not believe it when word reached my brood of what happened to her. It is a small blessing that she did not linger for long in such a state.
Surigosa and Malygos both deserved better. I hope now we have given them their proper rest.
So we have the Lich King with a ghoul and 2 abominations. As you look at the figure, the memories associated with it flood into your mind as if they were your own. You are risen from the dead. There is a figure, the Lich King. He knows your name is Surigosa. You are bound to his will. The once vibrant personality you had is gone, replaced with hatred and bitterness. Hatred towards Malygos who abandoned you. Bitterness towards the world that betrayed you. Is this what you've become? Where does the Lich King's will end and Surigosa's begin? The memory does not go away, and instead more flashes fill your mind. Abominations testing your strength, torturing you, preparing you to fight the enemies of the Lich King. Adventurers surrounding you, wielding their pathetic magics against your might. You are eventually destroyed, but not fully. Your essence was entrapped within crystalline form and handed to one named Kyrigosa. You scream in fury. They believe you are at peace. They do not know you are stranded. Once again, no one is coming to save you. You are trapped for an eternity inside this crystal. Just as you believe the memories end, it begins again, rising from the dead, full of hatred. So we've got Alexstrasza, with some adventurers, I assume. You feel memories begin to seep into the corners of your mind. It feels as if they were your very own. Cast out from your fellow aspects, the great Malygos left alone to protect Azeroth from mortals. The others do not understand what you've been through. You were at the forefront against Neltharion. You lost everything, Surigosa, your flight, your very mind, yet you still sought to save Azeroth from itself, and for that your once beloved sister helped to lead a band of adventurers to slay you. The image does not vanish, but instead fills your mind with more images. A battle, destruction of your very self, the sadness of your fellow aspects at your death. Yet a small part survived. They called it the Heart of Magic. They did not know it still contained the last of your essence. You feel regret seeing the faces of those you once loved. Perhaps you were the one who betrayed them. You do not have long to dwell on this, as the memories return to violence. Death, destruction, torment. That is all you know now, and there is no escape. The mortals and aspects must pay for their actions. And here's Neltharion. You see the image of Neltharion, the former Black Dragon aspect. Memories begin to flash as if they were your own. You were suspicious of Neltharion. Malygos trusted him. They fought Galakrond together. Together they saved Azeroth. Who were you to go against that? You put aside your suspicions. It was paranoia to believe an aspect would become corrupted. And yet it happened. You cursed yourself when the fighting began. You should have taken a stand. You could have stopped this. This all happened because of your inaction, Surigosa. The Azure Queen would be no more. The image stubbornly refuses to be dispelled. Instead, more images appear in your mind. You are gravely wounded. Before you lost your sight, you saw the blue dragons wiped out in an instant. You're flung into the cold reaches of Northrend, far from your home in the Azure Archives, far from your intended resting place in the Veiled Ossuary. Perhaps you could reach Dragonblight, find your rest there. You call out for your love, Lanigosa, but he doesn't answer. You realize there will be no rest. You are alone. Love for the world of mortals is replaced with hatred before everything fades. Very heavy questline, this one.
Come closer, little one. My eyes are not what they used to be.
That should do it, though it is odd not all of the memories were dispelled as quickly as I had hoped. Let us speak with Kyrigosa to let him know we should keep an eye on this.
May the wisdom of the Titans guide you.
It is not unusual that Lanigosa and Surigosa would have such powerful memories. From what I understand, their deaths were particularly painful, both slain by adventurers. It breaks my heart to think of Surigosa enduring death not once but twice after being raised by the Lich King. But enough of this old dragon's ramblings. Tarecgosa and I will meet you back at the Azure Archives.
I believe it is time for a nap. The Blue Dragonflight is but a shadow of its former glory.
Alright, looks like we're on our own to get back there. So let's just half back to Veiled Dragon and we will fly down from there. Hoped I might get a little further through that. Alright, so we are headed all the way down the bottom there. Some very pretty skyboxes in some of the zones at various times. The timing of the sunrise and sunset in Oceanic Realms is a bit odd, because I think that was sunrise there, and it's currently midnight here, because the times are all randomly thrown off. So our regular evening playtime is in the middle of the night in the world, and usually see the sun setting sort of mid-afternoon.
The beauty of the Azure Span must be shared with my fans.
Sure, it makes it difficult to get screenshots at sunrise and sunset. There are a few toys that can make it midday or nighttime, but the other hours are a little difficult. Don't know why he's got a giant name bar over his head.
Magic in everything. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for your help, Dready Dude. As you can see, more blue dragons have arrived, yet some are still missing. We cannot forget about them. I will also ensure we find out more information about this strange phenomenon with Lanigosa and Surigosa's memories.
All will be well.
Many blue dragons have returned, and many others have informed me of their plans to make their way to the Isles. There are a few key members of the flight, however, that I have not heard from. One of them may be able to help. Azuregos, stationed within the Nexus in Northrend. You, myself, and Surigosa will travel to meet Azuregos. He has ignored all of my attempts to contact him from afar. Thanks to the Oathstone being empowered, Surigosa can now travel further than ever before.
I am quite curious to meet this Azuregos after all you have told me about him.
He would have been a boon had he answered our original call for aid.
Greetings, young one.
Alright, headed out to the Nexus in Northrend.
This is all your fault, isn't it, Kyrigosa? It's absolute chaos here, and you just happen to show up to make things worse.
Azuregos, you shall cease this behavior at once. Show respect to your aspect, and inform us of the situation you find yourself in.
Lady Surigosa? Greetings and whatnot.
What do you want? I had plenty to keep me busy in the Nexus before all of this. Can you tell me more about the Nexus? What have you found here? Wouldn't you like to know? This was formerly Lanigosa's domain. It's filled with magic that he discovered much during his state of madness. Now I'm in charge of the place. It's not safe to allow any random mortal to walk in and take what's in there. That's all you'll get from me. My research and what I have found within my own business.
Going so soon. Pity.
Perhaps Kyrigosa's timing is not as bad as I thought, especially if he has the simulacrum of Lady Surigosa with him.
My, look at the time. Do take care out there.
Of course I can help track down the missing blue dragons. However, I have a mess on my hands that must be addressed first. Moments ago, several bursts of arcane energy swept through the Nexus, followed by attacks of strange arcane creations. I can create a method of tracking down the blue dragons if you can put down the locations of this wild arcana. Take this staff, do not break it, and use it on 3 locations within the Nexus. Oh, and prepare yourself for a fight.
I apologize, Lady Surigosa. I did not realize I was in the presence of your simulacrum.
I have heard much of you from Kyrigosa, young Azuregos.
Oh? And how did our mighty aspect describe me?
I told Surigosa you're a recluse, stubborn, and prone to cutting ties with any who slight you. But I trust you to aid me in being the aspect the blue dragons deserve. I called for your aid in the Azure Span, but you did not answer. I called for you when the Oathstone was activated, but you ignored me. You may never believe in me, but I need you to believe in your flight and help us find the others who are missing.
I will do what I can. Now, do you know what is happening here?
Judging by the remnants here, I believe we're still seeing the after effects of putting Surigosa and Lanigosa's essences to rest. Senegos mentioned this was an uncommon circumstance, but it appears its effects are more widespread than we thought.
Alright, time to help out. Let's see if I can go flight form here. Apparently I can't do it because he's already doing it. Let's see if we can get out of combat and fly over to the next one. Alright, that's one done. Off to the last one. Alright, that's the unusual disruptions dealt with.
I've done what I can to create a method to find the other blue dragons.
You have my thanks, Azuregos. The arcane disruptions have also calmed down for now, thanks to our friend.
I'm overjoyed to see you. Do take care out there.
Well, things appear much calmer now. I suppose I better investigate how widespread these wild memories will become.
Going so soon. Pity.
I have crafted a magical globe to help you find the remaining blue dragons. It should give you their rough locations. Now go, on top of everything else I was working on, I must now investigate these memories that attack the Nexus. I shall get to the bottom of it.
My, look at the...
Thank you again, Azuregos. Keep me informed of anything you find regarding these memories. I must focus my efforts in finding the other blue dragons.
You will be the first to know of how much of a burden you have pushed onto me.
Azuregos, a word of advice, if you would hear me.
Lady Surigosa, I would be honored to hear your words.
I know why you seclude yourself in the Nexus. You look to break the barriers of our realms, to find the one you once loved, to bring one that belongs in another world, to the world of the living.
I had hoped when the gateway to the Shadowlands opened, I would find a way, but all I have are more questions than answers.
What you wish is impossible, Azuregos. If you continue to search for answers alone, your love will turn to bitter hatred, both for the one you care for, and for the world that refused to give you the answers you seek. Seek aid in your fellow blue dragons. You may never find your answer, but they will help mend your heart.
Thank you, Lady Surigosa. I shall carry your words with me for the rest of my days.
see if Azuregos has a change of heart or not. Alright, headed to the Azure Archives.
I stand with you.
Hopefully Azuregos will join us later. In the meantime, we have the whole of Azeroth to search.
Come back soon.
Azuregos has narrowed down the locations of the missing blue dragons. Each of us will handle finding several of them. I would entrust you to aid us in finding a few others. Choose where you'd like to go first.
Good luck.
Alright, so we've got Crystalsong Forest in Northrend, Winterspring and Theramore in Kalimdor, Jade Forest in Pandaria, and Booty Bay in Eastern Kingdoms. Let's start up in Northrend. Right an ancient wrong in the Crystalsong Forest. The blue dragon Lanigosa lent her aid to mortals during the most recent war against the Burning Legion. However, she failed to respond to the call of the Isles. Has something befallen her, or has she simply chosen not to return? Whatever her reasons, Azuregos' globe seems to suggest that she was last seen in Crystalsong Forest.
Well met, friend.
Lanigosa has always been cordial with me. I hope she is alright.
Keep safe.
I have some idea of what Lanigosa might be doing in Crystalsong Forest, although I cannot imagine why she has taken it upon herself to do it. That forest conceals within it the ruins of Shendarel, a former highborn settlement, and the site of one of the mortal race's first clashes with the Blue Dragonflight. If Lanigosa truly is in Crystalsong, then it may well have something to do with Shendarel. Seek her out there, Dready Dude, and try to convince her to return to us.
Fair skies and strong wind. Crystalsong's arcane corruption makes it difficult to ground a portal, but I should be able to get you close. Best of luck, my friend. Give Lanigosa my regards, and tell her she is dearly missed here.
I just double jumped to try into a dragonfly.
Log entry 386. The echoes seem docile today. My search for the remaining relic shards continues. With luck, my work will soon reach its end, so long as... Hold on a moment! You are actually alive, are you not? Well, that is certainly a refreshing change.
Got an enchanted logbook here.
Hello there.
Forgive me, Druid, I mistook you for a tormented arcane apparition. Do not give me that look. You would be surprised at how easy a mistake that is to make it out here.
Alright then.
No doubt Kyrigosa has sent you. I heard the call to the Isles as we all did, but I cannot leave this place now, not while the tormented memories of Shendarel are still condemned to walk this crystal waste. If you really wish for me to return, though, then perhaps you can be of some assistance.
See you around.
In attempting to defend their home against the fury of the Blue Dragonflight, Shendarel's mages condemned the souls of their people to an eternity of crystalline torment. Now their echoes wander aimlessly, reliving their civilization's doom again and again for more than 10,000 years. I have found that some of the shades yet retain a shred of sentience. Perhaps they can be reasoned with, convinced to free themselves from the mire of their own ancient fear and pass on at last.
I should get back to it. Alright then.
Shendarel's reckless use of the crystal focus placed too much stress on the relic, causing it to shatter. Its fragments have been scattered amidst the crystalline permafrost. I can recreate the focus, but I will need you to collect enough of those shards to give me something to go on. You should be able to find them amidst the piles of crystal refuse scattered throughout the area. Take heed, Druid, those shards may still hold fragments of the Mage's memories from that fateful day.
I should get back to it. You'll have my thanks, friend. These echoes have been left to their self-inflicted torment for far too long. I shall begin preparing the ritual needed to grant these spirits their final rest. Return to me if you are able to find the shards I seek.
As an interesting way of speaking. The floating tome before you appears to be a collection of research notes. A quill floats nearby as if ready to inscribe new words upon a fresh page. Several bookmarks are wedged hastily into the book at various points. Log Entry 1, Author's Note, Introduction to be added, focus on detailing theft of crystal focus from the Nexus Vault. Today the ramifications of that battle between Shandaral and the Blue Dragonflight yet remain, lingering in every grain of arcane-tinged permafrost that still sits within the desecrated ruins of Shandaral. Even now a keening din occupies the ruins as the spirits repeatedly relive their collective demise. This thesis seeks to accomplish the following. First, to establish the cause of this arcane anomaly that binds the spirits to the place of their death. Second, to discern an efficient means by which to undo said anomaly. And finally, to perform the requisite ritual and ensure that the spirits here may finally rest. Log Entry 45. Initial attempts to counteract the anomaly with basic spell-breaking methods have failed. Curiously, the anomaly seems resistant to any manner of spellwork that I myself cast. It is as if the enchantment holds the memory of those it enchants in high regard and strengthens itself against those beings whose advance it was employed to stop. In other words, I fear that this enchantment, however inadvertently, may specifically ward against the interference of blue dragons. This is both exceedingly ironic and remarkably problematic for my continued research. We'll have to explore other options. Log Entry 199. I've lost track of time since I last spoke to another living soul. Based on the progression of the moons through the sky, I believe it has been roughly a year since I arrived in Crystalsong Forest. I have made little progress. The shards of the crystal focus that I believe was used to put this enchantment in place lay scattered across the very ground I walk upon. When I move to gather them, though, they flee from my very touch. It is as if they remember Shandaral's grudge against the flight. Still, I am not deterred. Blue dragons created this problem, and a blue dragon shall see to its end. I only wish I had someone to talk to in the meantime. Someone other than a floating book, that is. Log Entry 234. I am tired. The keening groans of the echoes of Shandaral wear upon my mind like a chorus of the damned. They cry out in fear with frightening regularity. The loop repeats over and over, no variation, no relief. I am at my wit's end. Perhaps this truly is irreversible. Alright, let's see what we can do. So we're soothing the echoes and collecting crystal focus fragments. So here's what the fragments look like. And these are the echoes. Halt, who goes there? State your business in Shandaral. You can choose from why. I am Queen Azara, of course. And nobody at all. It's alright, I'm a friend, I came here to help you. Let's go with that one. A friend? A likely story. How do I know the dragons did not send you to retrieve the relic? Look around you. The danger has passed. This is not the home you remember. I think it is time for me to go. I kept walking closer and closer to the ads here. They are only level 30 though, so they may not actually aggro on me. Wretched pawn of dragons, you will die by my hand. Forgive me, I meant no offense in coming here. Cannot fool me, die dragon servant. So, kill a couple of these and grab these fragments. The scouts have returned from the forest's edge. There are dragons on the horizon. They mean to reclaim their relic by force then, and there are far too few of us to stand against the Blue Flight. Send word to the Magi. We must use the relic. It is the only way we stand a chance against the fury of Lanigosa's brood. All that anger, and for what? What have you accomplished here? What do you mean? We've defended Shandarel. I defended Shandarel. Look around. Shandarel fell by your own people's hands. Do not use your rage to shroud the truth. Perhaps you're right. For all my rage, I am so tired. Where am I? This isn't Shandarel. What have we done? Shandarel has been gone for thousands of years. Gone? How can it be gone? Think back. What do you really remember? I remember shadows on the horizon, then stillness, always stillness. You must be mad. We've barely scratched the surface of the Focus's capabilities. It was never our goal to make it a weapon. What choice do we have? Lanigosa's brood flies to Shandarel. We know all too well how the Blue Flight responds to those who would dare expose their precious secrets. If we do not act now, then our plans will all have been for naught. The Blue Dragons cannot be reasoned with. We have to make a stand. Alright, so that is all of them. Let's grab these last couple of crystal remains. The dragons are retreating. This power shall be Shandarel's salvation. Captain, the spell is too powerful. We cannot stop it. Stop channeling energy into the Focus, as at this rate it will.
Log entry 387. Kyrigosa has sent a mortal to retrieve me. Truth be told, I had assumed they had forgotten about me. It is nice to be remembered. I think I have run out of ideas. If reforging the crystal focus does not work, then I do not know what will. Oh, welcome back. Did you find anything? What What brings you out here? See you around.
This crystalline prison is not easy to escape. Still, with luck, our work here will let the spirits that yet linger find some modicum of peace.
All right then.
Lanigosa's rage fed Shandarel's desperation. Now our flight's failure is frozen in crystal for the world to see.
See you around.
Haleh believed that we alone were capable of stewarding the myriad truths of the arcane. His and our failure to consider the potential of mortals led to the tragedy you see here.
I should get back to it.
The time is upon us, Ready Dude. With your help, most of the restless echoes of Shandarel have been quelled. However, some yet remain whose rage and sorrow burns too brightly to be eased by mere words. Using the shards that you recovered, I have managed to recreate a facsimile of the crystal focus that brought the Shandarel to ruin. Using it here should bring the anchored spirits to bear and give us an opportunity to grant them final rest. Be on guard. I do not know how their long-held sorrows will manifest.
All right then. After all these years, these pieces you've brought me should finally be enough. I have enchanted this new crystal focus with a beacon spell. Use it near a wellspring of arcane energy, and the remaining restless spirits will flock to it. The great crystal tree nearby should do nicely. Shatter the crystal once the spirits have gathered within it, and the enchantment that binds them to these ruins should at last be broken.
Alright, to the crystal tree. It's a big one. I do like the Crystalsong roast. It's very pretty. Haven't been here in quite a while. At last, the magic that was binding these tormented memories to this ruin has been broken. It will be some time before the lesser echoes fully dissipate. Still, with their source finally banished and the relic's fragments removed, the fragments of memory that remain trapped here will finally be relieved of their torment. It has been so many years since Shandarel has known true silence. With luck, our actions today will allow the echoes of this cursed place to fade. You are due back in the Isles, no doubt, and I think it is high time I fly there as well.
With the focusing crystal shattered, the echoes will eventually fade, and these ruins will be silent. At last, the spirits of Shandarel will be permitted a well-deserved rest. It has been many years since I have seen other living, breathing people, let alone members of my kind. I am nervous. Log entry 387, epilogue. The echoes of Shandarel have ended their watch. It is time for me to return home.
This world is full of wonder.
The aftermath of the conflict in Shandarel has hung over our flight like a pall for so many years. To think that Lanigosa has been toiling all this time to lay those spirits to rest. Thank you for lending her your aid, Ready Dude. You have once again shown yourself a true ally to my people.
Come back soon.
Thank you for your help so far, Ready Dude. We've still got more blue dragons to track down. I'll give you the honors of choosing where to go next.
Keep safe.
Alright, so we've still got 4 more to go there. Going to take another short break, and then we will continue on with this questline. So just sell off these couple of things that we got. Alright, I will be back in about 5 minutes, and then we'll continue on with the questline. Okay, we are back. Alright, so let's choose our next one here. So go to Booty Bay, then we'll come back up towards Winterspring. Save Zeros, a blue dragon deep in debt in Booty Bay. Land of pirates, swindlers and raiders. Zeros, once just a captive whelpling, has built a mighty reputation as an auction house trader in one of the most cutthroat places on Azeroth. However, his recent investment blunder made the front page of the Booty Bay Journal. Rescue him before his debt is collected by the Baron. Fair enough.
I believe we can
You think I know anything about Booty Bay? Why yes, I do.
do what you must to save the world, hero.
You will not believe who I read about today in Booty Bay Journal. What does that look, Jade Dude? I too enjoy light reading about the world's affairs. Booty Bay is fascinating. Regardless, I read about Zeros, he was once the captive of an evil mage who hated all blue dragons. It looks as though he has found his own way in the world since his rescue. A bit of advice for you, young one. Debt is a foolish thing to be in, especially in Booty Bay, and especially to the Baron. Let us retrieve him before the sharks.
There is great power within you.
I have heard some fascinating things about Booty Bay. If you have any history there with the goblins or otherwise, we had best cover it up. It will make our rescue mission easier. I hope this can be undone. Help me neutralize my reputation in Booty Bay so we can get started.
Behind me, my friend. We may use this portal to go to Booty Bay. If you wish, you can read about Zeros in the Booty Bay Journal.
The Dragonflights will rise.
Surigosa's magical tomb. The book glows with blue magic. The current page is emblazoned with a news header titled Booty Bay Journal. Crystals Mishtals. Don't fall for this scam. Report by anonymous contributor. Magical blue crystals? They certainly exist, but not in Booty Bay. After a thorough examination, I formally declare these crystals to be as worthy as reused glass. All crystals have been taken off the local auction house so that the credibility of our sellers may be preserved. Although it may be too late for Zeros, the primary seller of these crystals, you will have to believe me when I say that a trusted source told me Zeros took a loan from the Baron himself for this investment. Let's hope that Zeros is the first and last victim of this scam. So, Looks like next page just takes us to that one all the time, so let's flip to a random page. Met a pleasant mage today, had quite the magical potential. I would have offered to mentor her if times were different. She was very energetic, and Azuregos particularly favoured her presence. We had a very successful encounter against the Withered. The mage left us shortly after. She looked particularly troubled any time we were fighting the Withered. It was as though there were more than just pity there, as if she felt that she could have been one of them, were her magical upbringing less fortunate. I am uncertain if I will see the light of the day tomorrow. I have accepted this and am saying my goodbyes. The Withered are motivated by something far stronger and primal than anyone could have imagined. Their hunger is a force to be reckoned with. I never did get to see the Dragon Isles again. For you, Runus, the journal entry today is just for you. Thank you. So Runus was one of the Withered that we did some questing in the what was it called? It was in Legion. In Azuna. Well, this is awkward. I seem to have survived every moment in which I predicted certain death. I've been trying to reach out to Kyrigosa, our new aspect. None of my calls have been returned. I understand he is needed everywhere, but surely he values the wisdom of one such as myself. Alas, he is young and perpetually busy, like all the rest of them. When you have my years, you remember what really matters far more frequently. Perhaps I will try to call him again tonight. Well, it certainly has been a turbulent few years, has it not? Yet here I am, back in the Dragon Isles. It has changed and it is still changing, but it is home. I know it in my bones. Let us see what adventures await me until the very end. Alright, let's follow Senegos to Beauty Bay.
Baron, you must believe me. I don't care about the truth, only the weight of gold in my hands. If I'm not repaid in full soon, we'll balance the scales with your own, Zeros. Whatever you need.
Get your hands off me. Oh, wait a minute, you're not from around here.
Now, get to work, Zeros. If you try to run, we'll find you and clip your wings.
I might have liked this place when I was young.
Wait. Senegos? What are you doing all the way out here?
Haven't you heard the call, young one? I am here to bring you to the Dragon Isles.
Ah, yes. Well, things being what they are.
Look, believe it or not, I'd be in the Isles already if it wasn't for unfinished business. Recent events have not been kind to me. I owe the Baron, and nobody owes the Baron for long. He will absolutely find and skin me if I don't pay up. I invested his money into these magic crystals, but their price just crashed on the market because of the front page ripper in the Booty Bay journal, and the shipment of crystals is missing. Someone must be plotting my demise. Perhaps the good stitches will help me.
So long, friend. Out with it, Zeros. Have you gotten yourself in trouble? That goblin didn't seem to care much for you. Why didn't you simply eat him?
He's the Baron!
And you are a blue dragon, albeit a young one.
Shh! I took on a more mature visage form to do business. Please don't blow my cover. Besides, I don't like violence.
here until you're broke and need their time. Let's hope I've made at least one real friend all these years.
I believe you may handle this, my friend. Zeros seems to know what to do. A short nap calls my name. You know where to find me.
Alright, let's see how we can help.
You're really not going to help a friend in need? I might be dead tomorrow, you know. Oh, hello there, stranger.
I shouldn't be surprised that no one will help me for free. Ask Blizzrex his price.
Good to see you.
Too big for these tiny rooms.
Got the best deals anywhere. Be good.
Information ain't cheap. Out of everyone, Zeros should know that best. People have sighted dangerous crocolists around Janero's Point. You know what I see? Money, money, money. Get me their precious skins, and maybe I'll remember something important about those crystal Zeros is after. If that's too dangerous for your cup of tea, I might be open to other forms of payment too. You know, the most common form.
Have a good one.
1,000 gold. I have a lot of gold, but I'm also not going to give it away that easily. Let's just go kill some crocodiles. See if 3 is enough to get 3 skins or not.
Thanks, pal. Hot market for these skins, huh? Unlike some other things. Prospectorati was the anonymous contributor to the BBJ's front page. Last I heard, he's inspecting the Venture Co. oil rigs.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
This will do.
Be good.
What do you want?
The scoundrel. I had a deal with Artie to market the crystals in the paper. Someone must have cut a bigger deal with him. Artie routinely inspects the venture company's working area on the shore. He always brings his own guards, but no one is immune to gold in Booty Bay. Take my last bit of gold, go to the oil rigs and bribe the guards to look the other way before you confront Artie.
So long, friend. Thanks, Blixrez. Come on, friend. I'll be hiding up in the cliffs overlooking the bay. Please hurry.
I was wondering why I had quests here, but they're for the Midsummer Festival thing.
I'll take your gold, but I'm not giving up my contract.
That was nice of him.
Ooh, this is triple what Artie paid me. You're the boss now. Is this a bribe?
Alright, that's all the guards dead or bribed.
What can I do for you?
Lucrative mining for maybe another 5-7 years. Who are you? You don't look like you're supposed to be here. What? How dare you? Guards, guards! Oh, I understand. Look, don't hurt me. No amount of gold is worth losing teeth over. New pirates in town paid me to devalue the crystals in the Booty Bay Journal. Their captain didn't seem to fancy Zeros making all this profit. Captain's name? Grub Redcut. Now, I do believe the ship is still hanging around in the southern coast. Go on, I have important work to finish. You really don't want to irk the venture company.
See you around.
I've had a few run-ins with the venture company over the years. They've all turned out better for me than they have the venture company. I like this quest name. Anyway, I started bribing.
Hello there, stranger.
Pirates? Of course. We know where to go next.
Good to see you.
Baron will never find me up here, right? Dready dude, thank you. You are truly saving my neck here. By the way, is Senegos still with you? I didn't mean to offend him earlier. The situation when you both arrived. I'm normally a lot more respectful than that. Especially to the most respectable of blues. I can't believe he personally came all this way just for me.
I'll be here.
Grub Redcut and his crew are notorious for their love of money. They'll do anything for it. I assume there is treasure to be had on his own ship, but just in case there isn't, there must be gold within their pockets. Will you do me the dirty business of collecting it? I won't question your negotiation tactics, just don't kill them. I'm not trying to start a serious blood feud today.
Good to see you. So long, friend.
Grub Redcut, a sore, crusty loser who thinks he's all tough because he's big and buff. He hates that someone like me can make more money than him. Believe it or not, I played the auction house fairly. I'm a saint compared to him. So Grub sold my crystals, eh? And then paid Artie to lie about them so no one would go looking for them. A fine plan. Grub must have something valuable on that ship of his. Well, we're going to go take it. Search the ship thoroughly.
I'll be here.
Alright, let's have a look at this ship.
This is our ship now!
Thought we weren't supposed to kill them, but didn't really give me another option.
Are you here for my treasure? Bootlicking swine! The great sea, take me.
Alright, we have a key. It's a mighty big chest. A gold ingot. Maybe that will be enough for the Baron. And we've pulled everything below us. Let's go find these last couple. It's got slammed into the roof by that knock-up. Alright, this should hopefully be the last that we need. Seem to be respawning very quickly as well. Alright, there we go. Let's head back up to Zeros up the top here.
Your time is up, Zeros. Did you think you could just fly away?
Whatever you need.
You return just in time. Do you have what I need, please?
So long, friend.
It's high time those pirates learn they can't terrorize anyone they please.
Good to see you.
Oh my god, that looks like a hefty sum.
I'll be here.
Please hurry, the Baron wasn't kidding about my scales. I'm a dragon, as you know, and my scales are worth quite a lot.
Good to see you.
Did you bring back?
So long, friend.
Ah, you returned just in time. A minute later and you might have found a skinned dragon on your hands. Give him the treasure, quickly.
I'll be here. I have the payment. Here.
Well met, traveler.
What do you want?
Opportunity to be had here. But that's not good enough, is it? You owe me a lot more. Bruisers, give me his scales.
You shall leave him intact, Baron. He paid his debt. It is now my turn to do business.
Ah, run!
What do you want?
Surigosa, you just saved my life.
What amusing creatures.
That was quite the entrance.
I am old, and therefore have lots of tricks, young one. It seems your business is concluded here. Will you return with us? We do need you, Zeros.
I suppose I am now in your debt. Let's go. I hope the Isles are as magical as the rumors say. Whatever you need.
Can't always count on good luck. Gotta be fast friends with the bad luck too.
I'll be here.
I do hope that this is the last we see of the Baron. Truth be told, I respect his seat of power in Stranglethorn. We were lucky to find Zeros still alive. He must have developed quite the positive relationship with the Baron before all this nonsense, or else he would not have been given so much time. Let us return to the archives.
May the wisdom of the Titans guide you.
Getting quite the little crew here.
The Blue Dragonflight.
I'm rather spent from this mission, Dready Dude. Let me rest a while.
May the wisdom of the Titans guide you.
The Azure archives are starting to feel much more lively thanks to your help. Choose which location you'd like to investigate next.
All will be well.
Let's go to the Jade Forest. Reunite with Kyrigosa's old friend Kyrigosa in the Jade Forest. Daughter of Malygos and Sarigosa, Kyrigosa survived the turbulent Nexus War that ripped away her life and family. Afterwards, Kyrigosa sought a permanent summer in Stranglethorn. Finding warmth but not quite peace, she moved on to Dawn's Blossom, a small village nestled in the Jade Forest. The Blue Dragonflight would welcome her return.
I'm glad you've come.
Kiri, yes, I know where she is.
Good luck.
Kyrigosa wrote me after leaving Stranglethorn some years ago. She said it was beautiful and balmy, but not very quiet. I presume and hope she has found peace in Pandaria. If I am honest with myself, I should not be surprised that she hasn't answered the Owl's calls. Yet we must do our duty and seek her out. If I am doubly honest with myself, I would have any excuse to see her again. Let us take a break from these chilly winds and visit the Jade Forest.
Together, we can achieve anything. Hear the bird calls.
Alright, let's find Kyrigosa. She's dancing with magic for the children.
It's good to meet you.
Kyrigosa?
Kalik. It's good to see you.
It's been too long.
Hello, and welcome to you, too. I am Kyrigosa.
This is my friend.
Oh, I think I know of you. News of your exploits have reached even this humble village. We are honored to have you. I suspect you must have important business here.
Somewhat, yes. Have you heard the call of the Isles? The Blue Flight awaits.
Yes, I have heard.
Champion, while we catch up, why don't you take a stroll around the village? There's much to do and see.
A new visitor.
Though the village is small, we take great pride in our crafts and cherish our relationships with each other.
Please, take care.
The village carp bring fortune and peace. Their well-being reflects the health of the village. The carp thrive on special food made from worm meal and vegetable paste. It's not as unpleasant as it sounds, especially after we finish dehydrating it into neat little blocks. Here, just toss it gently in the water near them. Their ponds also require cleaning, so please skim any debris you find.
Safe travels to you. Please, take care.
I've been cultivating a new flower in this land. It's quite versatile, but the villagers and I are still refining its various uses. I've just harvested my latest batch today. Will you help me deliver them?
You certainly took your time to pay me a visit.
My duties as Aspect have gotten more time-consuming as of late. I'm sorry, Kiri. I should have come sooner. So, this is where you've chosen to settle.
Yes, I have a daily routine. I know all the villagers. I even have my own house.
A house? I see.
Alright, let's feed some fish.
I can't use that item yet.
Wasn't close enough. Almost done.
You are in for a treat.
These flowers are from Kyrigosa. Speaking of fine notes, Kyrigosa's flowers over yonder are a boon to my craft. When crushed with other ingredients, they increase the potency of the final potion, not to mention how pretty they are.
May your days bring you joy. We can do business.
These are prettier than I could have imagined. Look at the sheen of their velvety petals, as if they shimmer with magic. Kyrigosa's blue magic beautifies our village. For these, I had been looking for a new garnish for my noodle dishes. I think I will keep a few in a vase at home as well.
Keep the peace.
What do you need?
I have been expecting these. This batch of flowers matured well. Look at that blue. Now that's a colour of brew that Pandaren from all ends of the land will be talking about.
Until next time.
My sight may be gone, but I am fortunate to live in a land which rewards all of the senses. These flowers are from Kyrigosa. Kyrigosa, is that you? Oh, you are her friend. She said she was going to visit me today. Did you bring flowers? I can't see much anymore, so I tried to indulge my remaining senses as best I can, and Kyrigosa has cultivated something very special. Welcome to our humble home, friend.
Oh, hello. Safe travels to you.
All done? Thank you. The carp are so pretty, aren't they? Their scales shimmer almost like a dragon's.
Please, take care.
Wonderful. By the way, if you like the flowers, I would love to give you a bunch for my next harvest.
Safe travels to you.
Honest work for an honest day. Thanks, Dreddy Dude. Why don't we have some tea and conversation at my home? Just tell me when you're ready.
Stop by any time.
I appreciate your help around town today. I hope you're enjoying meeting my friends. I'm ready to visit your home.
Please, take care.
Leaving me behind? Well, I suppose I am a dragon after all.
Look around you. Can you see why I fell in love with Pandaria?
It's beautiful.
Better than frost and snow. Keep up, Calicos. Let the warm winds take you. That boy still has it, doesn't he?
Where are we going?
My home.
It's right up the top.
My home.
Very nice view from up here.
It's good to meet you.
Here we are.
Safe travels to you.
There's magic in everything.
How strange and wonderful it is to be in Kiri's own home. That being said, I can't help but notice it is an absolute mess in here. She spends all this time helping with the villagers. I have a feeling she doesn't reserve time for herself. Typical Kiri. Would you mind tidying this place up a bit, Dreddy Dude? I'm sure she'd be glad for the help.
Caligos, your return stirs my heart. memories. The call of the Isles is strong, believe me. If it is true what you say, that the Blues are united once more, that is more than I could have ever hoped for.
It's true. At the end of the day, you are a blue dragon, Kiri. You belong with us.
This place is so unlike home, and yet I have never felt so at home in such a long time. I've remade my family here. If I had a choice, I would never leave them.
Kiri, I apologize. You do have a choice. I shouldn't push you. Why don't we give you some space to think it over?
Oh, thank you for understanding. If you would like some respite, I recommend the Drunken Hosen in town.
Can't find where this last thing to clean is. Looks like it should be over here, but it's on the wall.
How can I help?
Oh, did you finish? Thank you very much. I can tell Kiri appreciates you.
I will need some time to think and make my decision. Please, stay a while and enjoy the view. I will find you both shortly.
I'd call upon Nosdomu to help us pass the time, but he'd tell me I should be able to handle this. So, the Drunken Hosen, if Kiri recommends it, then let us go.
To get the Drunken Hosen? Well, sounds excellent. Meet you there.
I think this inn down here was the first time I heard the kazoo in music in Pandaria.
Over here, friend. It's good to see you again.
Paige Goldencraft recommended the perfect brew for camaraderie. Hot barley tea. Please have some.
I'm happy for Kiri. She deserves this and so much more. She spent her entire life dedicated to the Blue Dragonflight, even after loss. After loss. After events I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. Nothing more can be taken from her. We will try to give her the world in the Isles. Cheers, friend. May the blue dragons thrive. Well met, friend.
This respite was much needed. Oh, Kiri's here. I wonder if she has made her decision. Please ask for her thoughts. Dready dude.
Come back soon.
Quest X was slightly backwards there.
A new visitor.
I cannot express how happy I am today after spending time with you both. But about the matter you've come for. Will you return to the Dragon Isles with us?
Stop by any time. This is difficult for me to say. I cannot return to the Isles. Not now. Not for a while. It is just this place. These people. I've found, for the first time in a long time, I have agency in my own life.
You know, you'd love these folk called the Tuskar. I learned a valuable lesson from them recently. Wherever we may be, wherever we may go, family will always be family. I'm glad you've come.
I wish the outcome was different, but if Kyrie is truly happy here, then I couldn't possibly ask for anything more. Thank you for coming with me. It is time we return to the archives.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Back to the archives.
This world is full of wonder.
Let's get back to work.
Fair skies and strong winds.
I appreciate your aid so far, Jade Dude. Where would you like to look next?
All will be well.
Let's go for Theramore. Investigate a cadre of rogue mages in the ruins of Theramore. According to Azuregos' notes, the Blue Dragon Surigosa was last seen investigating a sect of rogue mages known as the Sullied Banner. Surigosa's last missive stated that she intended to travel to the ruins of Theramore. Perhaps she uncovered traces of the Sullied Banner there. Either way, if Surigosa is to be found, Theramore seems the best place to search for her.
I stand with you.
Theramore, I would rather not return to that place, but if Surigosa is there, then perhaps there is work to be done.
Fly true.
So long as there has been magic, there have been those willing to utilize it for nefarious ends. I am not certain what grievances these rogue mages hold that has prompted Surigosa to chase them down, but I am inclined to trust her judgment on the matter. Let us go to her, Dready Dude. Perhaps we can solve this rogue mage problem and convince Surigosa to return in a single turn.
All Theramore, of all the places to go. Azuregos said in his notes that he intended to seek out Surigosa himself. If the situation is truly so dire, then I shall accompany you on your way. It would be wise to avoid getting too close until we are apprised of the situation. This portal will take us to the cliffs just beyond Theramore.
Haven't been to Theramore in a very long time. Seems to be less destroyed than I remember it, though it is currently on fire.
I see your intuition was correct, Azuregos. Here comes Kyrigosa's mortal now.
Greetings, mortal. You and your hangers-on have arrived just in time to see me obliterate this pack of miscreant magi. These precocious swabs seem to be trying to recreate the very bomb that leveled Theramore. Predictably, they have yet to succeed. Still, I would rather not give them the chance to stumble into a more effective solution. If our dear Aspect wishes to avoid simply turning the whole lot of them into mana dust, then I suppose I can refrain from carpeting the ruin in Spellfrost. Someone will need to go and repossess their banal attempts at ordnance, though. Do take care not to set them off.
How can I help?
I have always hoped that mages would once again walk the streets of Theramore. This, however, is not what I had in mind. If this Sullied Banner truly intends to reconstruct a working mana bomb, then they must be stopped. But I will not repeat the mistakes Malygos made. There must be a way to reason with them. I shall place an enchantment upon you that will allow you to subdue the mages without killing them. See to it that they cannot continue their ill-intended actions.
Come back soon. This death ward should blunt your blows and allow you to subdue the mages without killing them. Find us near the docks when you are done.
The path of mercy again, Kyrigosa. I would have thought your encounter with Azuregos would have at last relieved you of that impulse.
Every time Lanigosa chose to intervene in the affairs of mortals, mages died. And where has that brought us? I will not perpetuate that cycle of destruction any longer.
Is that so? Show us, then. But do not expect us to clean up your mess if this goes wrong.
You lead our flight, Kyrigosa. We will do things your way. Let us hope your peaceable solution does not end buried under the corpses of dragons.
Thank you for your aid, my friend. With your help, we will show them that there is another way.
Alright, let's do it. So there are prototype mana bombs lying around. So they're trying to avenge Theramore. Which probably means that they're trying to create those bombs to drop on Orgrimmar. Which would not be a good thing. Alright, that is that done.
You are soft, Kyrigosa. You always have been. These mages are a threat, and should be treated as such.
They fly the flag of Theramore. These people are grieving. They fear for their lives. I am certain they can be reasoned with.
Quiet your steps, mortal, lest you spook their leader.
Well met, friend.
Arcane magic has always been well suited to matters of stasis and security. I am pleased that we could put it to such effect here. Still, the question remains, what drove these mages to such reckless action in the first place?
Fair skies and strong winds.
Well, Druid, I suppose you are not as hapless as most mortals who cross my path. You may deserve some modicum of recognition for your death work. Not from me, mind you. If you want a pat on the head, go ask Kyrigosa. With many of their rank and file captured, it is time to deal with the leader of this so-called Sullied Banner. I imagine Kyrigosa wishes to take her alive, but I have no such compunctions, but I am not a picky dragon. So long as we put a stop to her schemes, I care little what happens to her. His plan, though troublesome, seems to have worked thus far. I am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, at least for a short while longer.
The leader of the Sullied Banner is working nearby. Surigosa tells me that she is quite powerful. I will accompany you to ensure your safety, but...
No, Kyrigosa. The mortal must go alone. Our presence will merely exacerbate the situation. She will feel more threatened. We are breaking the cycle, yes?
You make a fair point. Very well. We shall remain here, friend. Please stop their leader before she does something she comes to regret.
I admit I did not expect things to go this way. That gnome, no. Magus Flickerflame, she has suffered much. It makes sense that she would wish to cultivate her power in order to subvert further tragedies from coming to pass. Kyrigosa says that we must be mediators and protectors, not hoarders of secrets. I think I am beginning to understand what he means. I do not understand what would drive Turi Flickerflame and her band of mages to attempt what they have done here today, but I do understand the pain of losing family. I understand the fear and regret that follows you wherever you go. I have much to think about. I imagine Kyrigosa has much yet to do in the Dragon Isles. Return there with him. I will follow soon. I need some time to think upon what happened here today.
Thank you for your aid, my friend, and for yours, Surigosa. I do not know where we would be without your hard work. You three should get back to the Isles. I will meet you there. I need to speak with Turi first.
I must admit, Kyrigosa, I did not think your plan would work. But you seem to have cleaned things up rather nicely.
No, not yet. There is more work to be done.
Kyrigosa. Oh, blast it all.
Well, go on then, hero. No doubt you wish to hear what is said in there. As for me, I have other matters to see to, now that this mess has been resolved.
Come to laugh at me then? Or maybe just to crush me underfoot?
I want to know why you were doing this. Why would you try to recreate something so horrid?
What choice did we have? We had to protect ourselves. I couldn't do a thing to stop the first mana bomb, and because of that, Ronan and Kindy and everyone is gone. You were supposed to protect us. You were supposed to keep things like this from happening, but you didn't. And now, our home is gone. We can't ever get it back.
Turi Flickerflame, yes? I remember you. You were one of Ronan's apprentices. You speak the truth. We tried to protect the Focusing Iris. We tried to protect Theramore and its people. But we failed. Nothing I say can ever bring back the Fallen. There are no words to properly express the regret I feel towards what happened here. But this, we can move forward together, Turi. We can be better than those who came before.
I just miss them so much.
I know. But come. I would hear your thoughts on the future that you want to build for your allies. As one of Ronan's apprentices, I would very much appreciate your insight.
So that went well, I think.
I'm glad you've come.
Surigosa and Azuregos are hardly the only members of my flight to question my more measured approach to the misuse of magic. I'm glad for their perspectives and their willingness to check my optimism. Still, I hope that they will come to see things as I do now. Come, we have much yet to do.
Together, we can achieve anything.
We've only one more blue dragon to locate now, Dready Dude. Let's finish this, shall we?
Fly true.
Join Haleh in her artifact work in Winterspring. Haleh, Matron Protectorate, presides over Winterspring. Even after defeating the power-hungry mage Umbrance, she continues to find and dispel danger in her homeland. As the last living consort of Malygos, she tirelessly upholds his legacy as a guardian of magic. Her return would greatly strengthen the Blue Dragonflight.
What flight do you hail from?
I've been keeping tabs on Haleh since my awakening.
We will meet again, I'm certain.
I'm very curious about Haleh. She is one of the last living consorts of Malygos. I am grateful for her going to Malygos in his time of need. I will admit I have spent some time spying on her. She is a blue dragon through and through, studious, proud, and one of the more careful ones around magic. I do feel most suited to be the one to visit her about the courts of the Isles. Take my portal when you are ready. I shall meet you there.
So much yet to be done. This area is rich with the scent of magic. Haleh must be close.
Really? There must be something useful in this dratted book. Why title yourself Secrets of Aberrations if all you present is common knowledge? Ugh! What is it?
Name yourself, intruders.
Be careful out there. Surigosa. It can't be. Are you an illusion?
Indeed. I am but a simulacrum. I am here to ask about your return to the Dragon Isles.
Well, I do intend to answer the call. However, as you can see, I have much unfinished business here in Winterspring. Greetings. Did you need something?
It is certainly bizarre to see Surigosa real in all but the flesh. Look, I appreciate that you have both come all this way for me. The Isles sounds delightful, but I have dedicated many years to cleaning up Winterspring. I am not about to leave a job unfinished. Magic is abound and unfortunately not all good. If you would like to help, the Hidden Grove is next on my list. Therein lie ruins of totems that still emanate with some sort of magic. Will you collect pieces of them?
It seems you already know who I am, though we have never met.
Since my awakening, I've spent much time learning the current state of affairs in regards to my flight. Many paths led to Winterspring. Change has befallen this area several times over, yet you remain its constant.
This was once a home for many blue dragons, including myself. I would like to believe it still can be, after my work is finished here.
Alright, let's find these totems. Been a very long time since I've been to Winterspring. I do like the snowy zones though. Very pretty skywalks at the moment too. Alright, so it looks like the totems have upset the Beast. Try not to kill too many of my Moonkin brethren. that's that done. There's a mountain hydro up the top there. I think these are the roots of the old tree up there, but I'm not sure on that. Looks to be the case.
Yes? What can I do for you?
And that one, I suppose, is harmless enough.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you. Now to take a closer look at these.
Safe travels, my dear.
Today is day 41 without finding a harmful artifact. I am further delighted to report that while you were away, a handful more proved harmless. Perhaps my hunt in Winterspring is almost concluded. Come to think of it, you have some magical ability, don't you? Or enough bravery to help me test some more artifacts. Do not be nervous, none of them will permanently hurt you. Artifacts with that kind of dangerous power were taken care of in my first year here.
May I assist you, Haleh?
Oh, no, thank you. I have a specific way of doing things. You don't need to trouble yourself. A rather unoriginal and amateur curse. Do not worry, you'll defrost shortly. Those souls are beyond my help now, but at least they are free. I suspect we would need the right boot to complete the set. Oh well. What is it?
It seems 3 out of 3 were of little magical impact. This is truly great news.
Thank you for your input.
While you were working, I was inspecting the totemic ruins you retrieved. There's always been something odd about the Hidden Grove. It used to be occupied by a robust population of harmless white hares. Now there are only maddened owlkin and strange totems. I put the pieces together. It is no masterpiece, but hopefully we can glean a stronger magical effect from the whole. Maybe it will even make us sprout some feathers and fur. You would think as a blue dragon I would enjoy the cold, but no.
Safe travels, my... Let us test it over there where there is more space. Why not? I am feeling quite optimistic after today's results so far.
Haleh, I suggest taking greater care with this particular...
Not to fret, Surigosa. It seems that there remains mostly harmless curses and hexes, weakened from time. I may join you in the Isles sooner than I thought.
Indeed. Then I shall observe.
Greetings. Did you need something?
Are you ready to test the totem?
Be careful.
I am ready.
What? Oh, what did I expect? Enough. Yes? What can I do for you?
Of course, what did I expect? I'm a Minkin after all.
Why, oh, why? Can one of these cursed artifacts simply not be cursed for once in my life?
Haleh, wait. It seems seems the mortal races have
Oh
flourished.
dear, I have an idea. Speak to me when you are ready.
I appreciate your aid.
I remember this place. Peaceful at a glance, but it carries a terribly dark history. What is the plan? There is one place of great warmth in Winterspring. Follow the path west and you will find some delightful steaming hot springs. Meet us there.
Fair skies and strong winds to you.
It is never-ending. Irresponsible magic remains abundant in every nook and cranny, and I have only been in Winterspring.
You are doing an aspect's breadth of work all on your own. I admire your tenacity.
I do not know why I keep getting my hopes up. This place will never be fully cleansed.
You said, how many days has it been since the last bad artifact? 40?
41! I will not rest until it has been 100. I am not even halfway there.
My dear child, breathe. Let us walk away from this for a moment. I know the perfect place.
Let's head to the hot springs.
Why are we here? I need to get back to work.
You mean to say in all your years here, you have never been to the hot springs? My research indicated they were very well known.
Lounging about in hot water. That is a luxury I cannot afford.
Not a luxury, a necessity. Champion, go on. Step into the water. Show Haleh just how nice it is.
Fine. Just for a moment then.
This is nice.
A pleasure.
Sometimes we just need a taste of the simple things again.
Thank you for all you have.
It seems I had a good idea. Now let us hope we can broach the subject of the Isles again. I'm glad to see Haleh relaxed. She deserves it.
Do not let the magic... Haleh, Winterspring is better because of you. Now, your skills are wanted elsewhere. Return to the Azure Archives with us, for at least a small amount of time. I promise, there are several matters of importance to interest you.
I admit, I have been in isolation for some time. Your offer is tempting. Change would be nice. Your visit has reminded me that there is an entire world out there.
Your mission here is quite respectable. I understand the need to make your home a home once more.
Thank you. I will return with you, but know that I will need to decide whether to stay or not, and for how long. But first, a few more minutes in this water. It is quite nice.
Nothing like a good natural hot spring, especially surrounded by snow.
You are a fascinating one.
We shall have to find Haleh hot springs here too.
Farewell then, young one.
Thanks to you, Dready Dude, all of the blue dragons are accounted for. We can get back to caring for Azeroth's magic and making sure its power isn't abused. I believe a speech is in order. I would be honored if you were to stay for it. We can head to the Nexus afterwards to see what Azuregos has discovered about Surigosa and Lanigosa's arcane memories.
Good luck.
The Azure Archives will be the new home of the Blue Dragonflight, thanks to your aid. I'm ready to hear your speech to the Blue Dragons.
It is good to see all of you here. I once believed that our flight was better off in pieces, each dragon pursuing their own interests. I was wrong. The Blue Dragons work best when we are a family, when we are united. Together, we...
Kyrigosa, I need aid at the Veiled Ossuary. The memories of Surigosa and Lanigosa are destroying this place.
I see. Friends, I'm sorry to ask you this so suddenly, but it seems we have need of your aid already. There's magic in everything.
It appears this was a short reunion.
Keep safe.
I was hoping that we would find a way to dispel these strange arcane memories from what remains of Lanigosa and Surigosa. It appears they've grown more out of control than I expected. Please, accompany some of the gathered blue dragons to the Veiled Ossuary and help Azuregos. Surigosa and I will remain here and investigate what to do about this situation.
Good luck. I'll get you a portal to Azuregos' location in the Veiled Ossuary. Do what you can to aid him and uncover the source of this disturbance. I will stay here to monitor the situation with the others and speak to Senegos on a matter concerning his brood.
It should only be a moment of your time, Kyrigosa. Stellagosa, Emagosa, you will want to be here as well.
Of course, Grandfather. Whatever you need.
As many of you as possible to drain the arcana coming out of this tomb. Well, if it isn't...
I suppose this is that teamwork Kyrigosa has been talking about. Perhaps this is useful after all.
Going so soon.
Lanigosa and Surigosa's lingering essences are screaming for rest. We need to find a way to give it to them.
Do take care out there.
Lanigosa and Surigosa's essences have created this massive arcane disruption. Their memories of running around the Veiled Ossuary trying to drain the arcana out of the graves. Our combined efforts are merely keeping the energies at bay. We need the memories in the nearby area disrupted. Once they are dispelled, we should be able to remove this barrier to reach the essences inside.
Going so soon. Pity.
3 incredibly powerful memories have formed throughout the Veiled Ossuary. Soon their energy will be so vast that they will be able to create their own arcane constructs, thus overwhelming this place. Take them down so we can weaken this barrier and breach Lanigosa and Surigosa's essences.
My, look at the time.
Just tried to platform again. So grab as many of these as we can. Pop our trees, pop our cooldowns. Make sure we're not standing in the explosions. So there seems to be something here. I'm gonna guess it's down in this one. summoned an adventurer. They bound me here. They're trying to use my energy to release something. They wanted my essence to fuel something. Alright, let's go find these last two. Such anger and hatred. What are these creatures? The creatures have no mind of their own. To press my wrath, but made me fly while I was still on the dragon. That was rude. There's a big memory in the middle there. 1 million HP. Let's just take out this last one here.
Greetings and whatnot. Do take care out.
The barrier is getting weaker. Fine work. The chaos in the area is weakening. Tell me, what memories did you see?
Do take care out there.
The barrier is weakening thanks to your aid. In a moment it will be broken down. Our main priority is recovering Malygos and Surigosa's essences. Something has gone very wrong with laying them to rest. There are a few theories I have regarding their current state. We can speak about it as we enter. Let me know when you are ready.
Going so soon. Pity.
I'm ready to go beyond the arcane barrier.
Surigosa and Malygos should be at rest, yet their anger is growing larger by the moment.
Maybe they want things settled. Didn't they both die very violently?
Like the spirits of Crystalsong Forest. Surigosa and Malygos are stranded in their final moments of death.
And now, they are reliving those final moments of their lives in an endless loop.
Perhaps all of this chaos was their only way of getting our attention. Wildly lashing out, hoping
Well, we certainly hear them, and we are going to help. Champion, recover their essences. We are taking them back to the Azure Archives.
Like that they're legendary items.
Well, if it isn't...
It seems the Blue Dragons still cannot leave behind our legacy. Lanigosa's lingering essence. You hear screams of agony and rage from this small essence. Malygos, the former aspect of magic, still remains trapped in his fury. Surigosa's lingering essence. You hear screams of agony and rage from this small essence. The last remnants of Surigosa are within, crying out for her torment to be quelled.
Going so soon.
To think a merciful gesture could turn like this. I suppose we all underestimated the don't know why I can't do this. I suppose we all underestimated the rage still within Surigosa and Malygos.
My, look at the time.
I can hear the pained cries of rage and agony from these essences. I suspect this was triggered after attempting to put them to rest. They were dormant for a time, but the combined rage of both Malygos and Surigosa merged together to create this phenomenon. Quickly, we must make for the Azure Archives and inform Kyrigosa and Surigosa of this. Together, we may be able to finally give them the peace that they deserve.
Do quickly, everyone. Perhaps Kyrigosa and Surigosa know what must be done next.
Did they all just port out and leave me? At least someone left a portal.
Thank you, Azuregos and everyone. I believe we may have an answer to this.
Indeed. How strange to see what remains of my essence in life. I can hear her cries, calling out to me.
It's good to see you again.
I am glad you recovered the essences of Surigosa and Malygos. I never imagined trying to place their spirits to rest would lead to this.
I have a plan of how to address this matter, though it is a rather dangerous one.
Let's hear it.
I know just what to do with you.
Malygos and myself both suffered horribly violent ends. The remains of our essences have been trapped in an endless loop. They must be reformed and broken out of that loop. To do so will require a tremendous amount of concentrated power. We will have to utilize every amount of arcane energy within the Azure Archives, along with all of the assembled Blue Dragons. It is the only chance we have to reform these spirits and to put an end to their suffering.
I appreciate your aid.
Shall we begin? I'm ready to enter the Azure Vaults to free Malygos and Surigosa's essences.
Thank you for all you...
It's a lot of Blue Dragons.
Well met, friend.
Give the word, and I will channel the energy we've gathered to release Surigosa and Malygos. We'll be in for a fight. I'll hold off one of them while you handle the other.
Blue Dragons, focus your energies now with mine. We must break Surigosa and Malygos free of this
You and your mortal kind. You'll all pay for this.
The mortals are the ones who shall pay for daring to usurp the power of the Blue Dragons.
I'll handle Malygos. You take Surigosa.
You have the full might of the Azure Archives behind you, champion.
Can't move out of that.
This beast is what became of me? Twisted by darkness and anger? It hurts so much! Please, make it stop. She's holding herself back? I cannot contain it. Please, free me from this eternal torment! I should have stopped Neltharion when I first suspected his motives. I am so sorry it has come to this. I should have stopped him.
The fight is over, Malygos. Come to your senses and be free.
Never. I cannot give up.
This world is full of wonder.
Malygos and Surigosa have been soothed. It is time that we properly send them to the beyond.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Malygos? Is it truly you?
My treasure. What happened?
I believe I hold the answer to that. Oh, I see. My dear, dear Kyrigosa, aspect of the Blue Dragonflight.
I remember you. I am so sorry, Kyrigosa. My burden should not be yours to bear.
You did not leave a burden. You left a brilliant legacy. One I and our flight will carry onward.
It seems they are in good hands. Together. Always. You have come so far, my child. My work is done. For now. Thank you, Kyrigosa. Lead them well.
Thank you, my lady, for everything.
That's a very nice cinematic. So is that the last we see of Surigosa's simulacrum as well?
I stand with you.
Malygos and Surigosa's spirits can finally rest. Thank you once more for all of your aid, Ready Dude. There is one last thing that must be done.
Together, we can achieve anything.
It brightens my heart to see everyone reunited and Malygos and Surigosa at peace at long last. It is time that I give you all one last gift, something the Blue Dragons have not seen in quite some time, the peaceful passing of one of their own. It is my time, Dready Dude. I should have flown beyond some time ago, but I could not leave with my kin still in disarray. Would you do an old dragon the honour of seeing me off on one last adventure? I have been waiting for this moment for quite a long time. The Blue Dragons are together again, Surigosa and Lanigosa's legacies have been put to rest, and my children's children can once again experience the beauty of the Dragon Isles. It is time for me to rest, Dready Dude. There are many dragons waiting for me, and many who I have sorely missed every day of this long life of mine. Don't have to go, Senegos. I can figure out a way to save you. I'm sure you could find some ancient artifact that would grant me another 1,000 years or reverse my age. I know because I've found several. However, how do you think I've lasted this long? I made a promise to my daughter, Stellargosa's mother, when she was killed. I told her I would look after Stellargosa and the others until our flight was renewed. There are many things I've done to artificially extend my life. I should have passed some time ago, but I could not leave my brood alone. There is nothing I need to be saved from, Dready Dude. It has been my time for a while. I finally get to rest and accept it. Goodbye, Senegos.
Grandfather?
No tears, my dear. A life as full as mine should be celebrated, not mourned. It is up to you to lead the Azure Wing now.
You cannot go. I am not ready.
We rarely are, my dear Star Knight. Carry my lessons close to your heart, and I will never be far from you.
I stand with you.
Senegos, what a tremendous gift he's given to us all. Thank you, Dready Dude. I don't know if I could have united the Blue Dragons without you, and for that I will be forever grateful. It's time for me to lead everyone forward.
It is hard to believe he's really gone. What do we do now?
We strengthen the bonds of our flight that remain by celebrating those who came before. Senegos, Surigosa, Lanigosa. All those we've lost. You are all welcome to stay in the archives for as long as you need. This is our new home.
I suppose it is a bit bigger than the Nexus. The vaults seem to have more knowledge that I haven't recorded yet.
I can help you look after the Nexus if you want to start to come here.
Me too. I bet you old Malagos had a few ideas on how to play the market back in his day.
Let us just make sure someone always accompanies Zeros to the Nexus.
Azuregos, I shall join you in studying the vaults. I have a few things I am curious about.
I suppose company in my studies would be a change of pace.
I will be here whenever any of you have need of me.
Ready, dude. Hold a moment. Before you leave, I have one more thing that needs to be done. There is one last member of my kin that deserves rest.
Together, I have learned much in this short time on the Isles, friend. And there is something I must do. My sister. You are not forgotten to me. You never will be. But you deserve more than an eternity alone.
So there's a whisper saying, "You feel a familiar presence envelop you." Tarecgosa whispered,
Tarecgosa's sacrifice was something which involved us both. I would be honored if you helped me send her to rest.
Tarecgosa whispers, "Haleh, my friend, tell him, no, it can wait. It is something I must say myself."
I'm glad you've come.
Remind me of what happened to Tarecgosa.
Fly true. Tarecgosa was destined for greatness, but destiny was not kind to her. After the cataclysm, we were betrayed by one of our own. He chose to serve Deathwing. My sister threw herself in front of an attack meant for me, and suffered a mortal wound in the process. To prolong her time on Azeroth, we bound her soul to a staff. One that you now have in your possession. I stand with you.
So he's referring to the legendary stuff, which we find it in my bank. There it is. Dragon Ref, Tarecgosa's Rest. When you deal damage, you have a chance to gain the Wrath of Tarecgosa, duplicating a harmful spell. So that's it there.
Coming for you, little worms! You will perish in flames!
Get out of here, Fyrak. We're not talking to you. So you can transform into Tarecgosa's visage, allowing us to fly very fast, but obviously we can't fly here, so it doesn't exactly work right now.
There's magic in everything. Good luck.
It feels as if I am saying goodbye to a piece of myself, but it must be done.
Fair skies and strong winds. All will be well.
Alongside a proper conduit to house Tarecgosa's soul during the ritual, we need enough magical essence to ground the flower. The Bronze Dragonflight was involved in creating the staff you hold, so I believe it best we use their magic again. Some of the sand within the temporal conflux should suit this purpose perfectly. Just make sure it's of the more magical variety.
Together, we can achieve anything.
The staff was made with the bough of a world tree, so the receptacle that the soul is transferred to needs to be comparable. Within the adverse conditions of Vakthros, there may be a flower that is tenacious enough to grow. However, it will be fragile given the circumstances. Find it and then bring it to one of the green dragonflight's groves to help strengthen it.
Come back soon.
There's Fyrek burninating the countryside. I need to try to avoid him while we're doing this stuff. Alright, so let's head over here first. Might just put this staff over here somewhere so we don't lose it. Let's put it there. So this quest line that we're doing now, I believe is only available if you have the legendary staff on the character that you finished that Blue Dragon quest line with. One of the benefits of having one main for the entirety of my World of Warcraft life. Alright, we have found a mana heart bloom.
Know, mortal, that I do not resent our time together, nor Kalek's actions. I have seen so much of this world through your eyes. I could not imagine a world where our lives did not intersect.
I have to go up and around. So we need some sand, which looks like it is from these elementals. And we did not get any. So it looks like it's any of the time loss stuff. See how much of this we can pull. Alright, that's 15. See if that still goes off after I've knocked him back. Alright, 2 more. Should hopefully do it. There we go. Alright, so need to go to this one. All the way out there. Alright, let's find our nearest teleporter. Which is just up here. I think it's this tower. Almost got it right. Right, so heading out to the Naran Plains to go see the Green Dragonflight. Where am I planting this? Can't see that anyway. Is underneath the dragon. It's not very helpful. Alright, so we now have a blossoming Manor Heart.
As the world changes, and you change, I stay stagnant. It is time for me to move on.
We'll head back to Veiled Dragon and fly up to the ossuary. A few things from the raid finder we did. We have a message from Kyrigosa, closed for Kyrigosa. Hello, Dready Dude. I've been thinking about your last visit. I thought you might know where Kyrigosa is, given your friendship with him. He is difficult to locate nowadays. You, on the other hand, why, any messenger knows of your name by now. Next time we meet, I'd like to hear more about your worldly adventures. Whenever you feel the time is right, could you please give this letter to Kyrigosa? I hope to see you both soon again. And from Tarecgosa, my friend, I want to thank you for helping ensure that Grandfather's final days were full of adventure. It meant as much to me as it did to him. Grandfather left behind some trinkets. Apparently he had intended to give this to you several years ago as a token for your help in Azuna, but never had the opportunity to do so. You should know that he spoke of you often, fondly, and held you in high regard. I know he would appreciate this making its way to you at last. It is certainly his sense of humor. Grandfather loved to bring joy to others and loved to laugh. Hopefully this helps you do the same. So it's a toy called Inherited Wisdom of Senegos. Would be unwise, amusing but unwise. So 2 minute cooldown, but I assume he's okay, so hold a yes or no question in your heart and call upon it. So then it answers you. Let's have a read of this letter from Kyrigosa.
Dearest Haleh, it was never ending, getting to know grief. It was deeper than the oceans of Azeroth, more twisted than the sands of time, darker than the void. Stranglethorn was a welcome distraction. Here, however, rekindled a hope I thought lost. If grief decides to visit Dawn's Blossom, I will meet it with my life. Someday, let's fly over Azeroth again.
We shall hand that on to Kyrigosa when we see him. Alright, heading up to the ossuary.
It's good to see you again.
Tarecgosa.
Fly true.
How goes the hunt for the sand?
Keep safe.
Time is a fickle thing, even when it flows properly. I do not understand how my kin can master it.
Fair skies and strong winds.
Did you find it? It grows very rarely.
Keep safe.
The flower only grows in specific conditions, and due to that it contains quite a bit of magical energy. This should be a perfect conduit for Tarecgosa.
Come back soon.
It is time. I cannot delay this any longer. Let us say our farewells.
With the combined magic of the bronze and blue dragons, we should be able to transfer Tarecgosa's soul from the staff. If you could prepare the grave, I will start the ritual. Tarecgosa, my dear sister, I feel as though I am still learning from you, despite being the teacher. Your absence is one that weighs heavily on my heart. I wish I could fly in the same skies as you once again. But clinging to an unchangeable past in hopes that fate may be kind is a fruitless dream. I realize this now. It will be the memories I have of you that will define my own future.
Haleh, my dear brother, I wish for you to know one thing. I am proud of you.
I'm so sorry for failing you.
It was my choice. There is a world that needs you out there now, my wingmate. And I know you will guide our kin into the brightest future. It is time for my chapter to end.
Farewell, Tarecgosa, a dear sister, hero, student, and teacher. Though blood does not bind us, you will always be family. May your soul find its place soaring among the stars. This world is full of wonder.
Thank you, friend. So we get a Lingering Echo of Tarecgosa, which is a legendary mount. Teaches you how to transform into Tarecgosa's village without need of Dragon Wrath. It says, "Farewell, Tarecgosa, a dear sister, hero, student, and teacher. Though blood does not bind us, you will always be family. May your soul find its place soaring among the stars." Which is the last thing that Kallik said.
All will be well.
Doesn't seem to be coming up in my collection. Oh, I'm sure there's a reason for that. Alright, so that quest chain definitely tugged on the heartstrings. There's a lot going on there for sure. So we saw off Senegos, Tarecgosa, Malygos, and Surigosa. Alright, well, I think that is going to have to do us for tonight. So we got through quite a bit. We did all of the remaining parts of the Zaralek Cavern questline, including killing Sarkareth. Then we did all of the Blue Dragonflight questline, as well as the supplementary laying Tarecgosa to rest, which can only do because we have the Tarecgosa legendary. So that will be it for me tonight. Still had a couple of quests that we needed to do. We've got a Cause Without a Revel, Silver Medal, plus some other random things. So 5-hour stream and we only got through the first 2 quest lines. So plenty more to do next time. I'm not sure when that will be at this stage. I might get a couple of hours to stream some Diablo 4 tomorrow, perhaps. So Warcraft may need to wait for another time. We do have a new patch in a week and a half, so I want to try to get everything done before then, so I can jump straight into the new content without still having old content to do. But thank you everyone for hanging out tonight and joining me on this very interesting journey. If you enjoyed my stream, please follow me on Twitch. I also have a YouTube channel where I post my stream VODs as well as highlight videos that I make. There's a link to that in the chat as well as on my Twitch page. And thank you again everyone for hanging out, and I will see you all next time. Thanks, bye.